Go to the next slide. Eli, bathrooms for everybody are by the elevators where you came in. There's water and coffee in the back of the room. We are in a wonderful space where the microphones are these discs hanging above us. So as long as we face towards the table and not away from the table, people on Zoom should be able to follow us. If there are folks on Zoom who cannot hear us, please use the Zoom chat and Elijah will troubleshoot to resolve the issue. On Zoom, this is a regular meeting style Zoom. So to speak, you unmute your microphone, and when you're not speaking, please do mute your microphone. We will, for the Q&A sections, have a Zoom whiteboard that we'll share. So that's just some basic housekeeping. And then next slide. This is where I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land of the Ohlone that we are on here in the San Francisco Bay Area. This is unceded ancestral homeland of the Ohlone people. We recognize the people and the survivors that they are of colonization, of genocide, of the work that they're doing today to inhabit the land, to revitalize their cultural practices and protect their sacred sites. And a land acknowledgement of this nature is just one small step in the bigger process of repair that's necessary. So on the next slide is where there are further resources for self-education, for contributions and learning, such as, for instance, the Sogoreete Land Trust. Here I've suggested some workshop agreements, which is that we can acknowledge that diverse expertise comes in many forms. And we do have a variety of diversity of participants joining in the room and on Zoom. We want, in the nature of these hybrid meetings, we've tried, and please support us in creating space for the virtual participants. This is a technical workshop with a lot of acronyms and jargon that not everybody might know. So if you do not understand a particular acronym or term that is used, please don't hesitate to share those and ask for clarification. We ask everybody to be present, to fully engage, assume good intentions, and have respectful and constructive disagreements. We're here to better understand each other. Just maybe pause there and ask if there's any other additions that we might have to that set of agreements. So then on the next slide, we have the objectives of today, and these have been shared in the agenda that everybody should have received. So the goal is that for different players at different points of the EV battery supply chain, that we tease out common ground and better understanding of a high-level policy agenda, where the goal is to reduce the barriers for EV battery repurposing and to increase the incentives before premature recycling. This is, as I said, right, a better understanding of the key technical, economic, and policy barriers, and generating ideas, especially in the afternoon, for policy solutions. Next slide. The agenda for today in the morning, we're starting with the welcome and introductions. We have a limit of just 2 panel sessions. A first session on laying out the context in the US and with also one view from Southeast Asia. And then we'll do a second session with a technical deep dive featuring on fire and safety. And then also from an industry perspective of AI-powered battery management systems. We'll take a short break. Then we'll have our first interactive discussion, which is both in person and online. Will be an opportunity to hear from people in the rooms. And then a wrap up before lunch of a presentation with some policy solutions, particularly for the US context. The afternoon will be just one presentation summarizing effectively the discussions that we will have in small groups during the 2 p.m. session. And these small groups will be, for those of us joining online, we do have dedicated small group facilitators to enable your participation online in Zoom. And we will have in-person rooms. So we are thinking ahead, and I understand it might be late on the East Coast, but to the extent that those in other time zones might be able to continue to join us, we welcome you and we're ready to support that participation online. We'll wrap up at 3:30 with a temperature check and opportunities for collaboration before sharing the field visit that we'll be doing tomorrow to the Repurpose Energy facility. So that's it from me, I believe, for these opening remarks. And now we'll go to Tanea, if you'd like to lead us through the introductions.
Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanea Shorter. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Senior Director for the US and Canada region at GAIA. So I work alongside Sheila and Lean and some other folks that we have in the room and support some of our other work beyond our batteries work. We do work around plastics, the petrochemicals, incineration. So stopping current incinerators in the US and Canada and doing our best to oppose new facilities. We do zero waste work around methane reduction initiatives across the US and Canada, as well as some of our other work supporting our other grassroots organizations as member-based organizations. So a little bit about our program, and really would love to learn about who's in the room and who's in our virtual space. And we'll do it pretty briefly. I don't think we have a ton of time, and I know folks want to dive into the content, but be helpful to know who we have in the room, especially for folks who haven't met us in person and folks that are online who haven't met some of the folks here. So maybe we can just go around and do some very general introductions, your name, your pronouns, where you're coming from today, what organization you're representing, and maybe like on a scale of 1 through 5, 1 being this is a super new topic, I'm just here to learn, and 5 being, I feel like I'm an expert on this topic and I'm here to help us advance this. Where are you at? I think it'll be interesting to know and also helpful for us, as this is a pretty new emergent program for us at GAIA, and we are doing our best to track and monitor who else is advancing in this work as well. And it's helpful to know who's in it with us. So I think I did mine. I'd say on a scale of 1 through 5, I'm probably like a 1.5, and lean on my team who are up in the 5s for this. So that's myself, and I'll pass it this way if that's okay. And then I think at some point maybe we can jump to the online folks, if that works.
Yes, I think Eli's sharing a whiteboard with them now,
perfect.
where they can use sticky notes to introduce themselves,
Okay.
and that way we'll have a visual for
Perfect.
people
Okay.
who's joining.
Yeah,
who are
why don't we
joining
start in
online.
the room and then I can elevate some of the sticky notes that we have online.
Morning, everyone. My name's Sarah Arvison. I use she, her pronouns, coming from Oakland. I'm here with UAW Region 6, United Auto Workers Union, as well as Jobs to Move America. And I work on research as well as community and worker organizing in battery recycling campaigns. Though on repurposing, I would say I'm like a 2 on knowledge level.
Hi, I'm Sheila Davis, and I'm with GAIA, and I'm the US-Canada waste coordinator for EV batteries. Go by she, her pronouns. And I would say that I always feel like a 1. Although we've been working on this topic for over a year now, there's always so much to learn. So you always feel like you're learning something new and at that entry level.
Thanks. Hi, Peter Huther. I'm with the American Council for Energy Efficient Economy. I'm based in DC, largely working on light-duty vehicle electrification, efficiency standards, working with utilities, etc. I'd say probably maybe a 3 or 4. I think definitely enough knowledge to be dangerous. I authored the memo that was sent around. I've done a lot of work into this, but it's still a relatively new topic, especially for us.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ray Panavigan. I think I'm the only non-US here. I'm based in the Philippines and representing GAIA Asia Pacific. And also my organization, which is based in the Philippines, no, named CREST, Center for Renewable Energy and Sustainability. And I go with in his pronoun, and in terms of the knowledge, I could say also around 2 to 3, because it's a very still a sunrise industry in our part, this electric vehicle. And we most of the work that we did is more on the waste management side and not really on the repurposing part, but happy to be here and learn from
Good morning, I'm Neil Tomry. I'm the Science and Policy Director at GAIA, based here in the Bay Area. If Sheila's putting herself at a 1 on this, I need to be somewhere in the negative numbers.
Go ahead.
But I'm pretty new to the repurposing conversation, trying to come up to speed.
Good morning, Nick Lapis. I'm with Californians Against Waste, we him pronouns. We're an environmental organization based in Sacramento, work on waste reduction, recycling, zero waste policies, work a lot with GAIA, we're actually a GAIA member. I think I had to put myself at a 2 probably for repurposing, maybe a 1.5 on repurposing, and maybe a 2 to 3 overall on EV batteries. It's weird. I'm used to knowing the most in the room, and I feel like on this issue, I never know more than most people.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Surinder Singh, pronouns he, him, from Reliant Energy Inc. We are repurposing retired EV batteries for second life. So I'm scared to say, put a number, since all the questions I might not be able to answer, but I would say, 4 plus. We've been doing this for several years, and before that, 20 plus years in this space. So, yeah, looking forward to meeting everyone and speaking with you, and I'll be actually presenting later today as well.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eli Clark, pronouns he, him, and I'm working with GAIA today to do the tech for this workshop, and then I'll be hitching along on the ride for tomorrow's site visit as well.
Gemma Estrella, she, they, and the program network systems manager at GAIA. Definitely negative numbers on anything electric batteries. And unfortunately, I won't be able to stay all day today, but it's good to see you here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexia Melendez Marchno, she, her pronouns. I'm with Plug in America. We are a national nonprofit that does EV education advocacy. We are very new to the kind of life cycle conversation around EVs. So I would put myself on the repurposing scale, probably in the negatives. EV batteries overall, we're maybe creeping to a 2 slowly. So that's where we're at.
So yes, I've already introduced myself, Lee Brucker, she, her pronouns, batteries global lead at GAIA, and yes, on EV battery, there are endless things to learn. I would put myself at a modest 2, 1.5 to 2, in recognition of I think I know, but then I don't once I read more. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. Great to see faces here. Dustin Mulvaney. I'm from San Jose State, where I teach in the Environmental Studies Department, and I'll be speaking in a little bit, and you can put a number on me if you want. I'm repurposing 3, maybe. Batteries, those are 4. Here to learn, so.
Perry Goddesfeld with Occupational Knowledge International, or OK International. We're a nonprofit based here in San Francisco, but we work primarily in both countries around environmental occupational health. And I've been digging into this issue for many years now, so I can give myself 2.5 right now. And of course, it's every day it's changing, so
Everyone, I'm Rachel Ayland, and I'm with Peter and ACG. I've been really waiting for 5. I don't think it was the same 5. I think there might be some secret 5s in here, but I put myself at a 2-3.
Hi everyone, I'm Prashant Kothari. I'm a senior manager at WRI, World Resources Institute, an independent nonprofit research organization. I'm coming here from Oakland, so not too far at all. And really happy to be here. I put myself at a 3, I think. It's something that we've been looking at for a few years now and starting to get a little more headway into this space. So really happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmett Hopkins, Eakin, and I am with the Climate and Community Institute. We're a progressive climate and economy think tank and do work on transportation supply chain, ranging from minerals all the way through transit. And I would put myself at a 1 on this.
Hello everyone, my name is Shruti Sarode and I work at the Center for Law, Energy and the Environment at UC Berkeley Law. And I work on a lot of different things, including the 5th climate assessment for the state. But in the battery space, I mostly work on sustainable battery supply chains. So this is a great topic in that, but for that, I'm probably a 1.5 or 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dina Khanna, she, her pronouns, and I'm from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, policy researcher there. And I work mostly on energy systems modeling, also looking at emissions as well as material implications, particularly from the demand side. So I've looked a little bit at the transportation sector. So I think for EV batteries, maybe a 1, but for repurposing, I'll probably go with a 0.
Hi everyone, this is Neon. Same organization, Berkeley Lab. I'm a policy researcher as well. We both have actually industry modeling backgrounds, like energy and emissions and environmental impact, with different sectors, including petrochemicals, steel, cement. But we also had a bit of EV battery and then other materials used in renewable energy kind of work. I think I know less than what I want to know, so I will put myself at the 1 as well. But we're here to learn because we wanted to have especially the EV battery recycling and repurposing in our research portfolio. So this is a big opportunity for us. So thanks for having us.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
So just quickly, my pronouns are he, him. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Thank you. Yes, appreciate it. Thanks, folks, for in the room. Excuse me. I'm just going to elevate a few of the participants online. It looks like we've got Laura from RMI. I'm seeing Catherine, C4 Cities, Madeline, hello, Jessica, Union of Concerned Scientists, Yamina from our GAIA team, Chip, looks like from various boards, including Amnesty International USA, Marisol, we've got from Panama, Heather from Zero Waste Washington, Professor Alex Covarrubias from College of Sonora, Mexico. It looks like folks are still adding on to the participant sticky notes. Welcome. Cindy, Jimena Carranza from ClimateWorks. Yes, ClimateWorks folks here. Kyle from 11th Hour, good to see you. Lena, some more ClimateWorks folks. Thank you everyone online. I don't know where the camera is, but can we give folks a hello from online? We appreciate you being here and watching part of the space as well. And so continue to please add your names, your pronouns, where you're tuning in from. I feel like I probably should have done a scale of like 0 to 3, given how folks are, I think, very humble, although we appreciate the honesty and transparency around where folks are at on this topic. And if I would have redone that, and maybe everyone is a 5 when it comes to interest in this topic. So I think we can align on that, whether you are feeling pretty knowledgeable or you're here to learn. I think we all clearly have an interest in learning more about this topic or sharing what we do know. So we appreciate you all being here in person and online, and for the folks that will watch this recording later. And for all the folks that are not here on the GAIA team that supported making this happen, we also appreciate those folks as well. So I think I'll pass it back to Lena to get us kicked off the rest of our agenda.
Yes, and I will pass it on to Neil to lead us off with, I think we're just about right on time to start the first panel.
All right.
Thank you.
So, I am happy to introduce our first panel, and please make note of your questions. People, folks online can use whiteboard and folks in the room can look for anything, we're doing Q&A afterwards. So we have three speakers here, Sheila, Peter, and Ray. So Sheila just introduced herself, but she leads the EV battery recycling and reuse work for GAIA in the US Canada region. She has enormous experience with research and policy advocacy on related topics, including electronics waste, waste trade, solar industry sustainability standards. She founded the Solar Scorecard Project and served as executive director for Silicon Valley Toxics Coalition for many years. She's based here in San Francisco. Sheila, you want to take it away?
Sure. I'm so privileged to be here with all you guys. So much energy as well as expertise. It's really incredible. So I'm thankful for all folks that are online and here, obviously in person. So really quickly, a bit about GAIA. We are a Lee, can you go to the next slide? So I'm not like that, unfortunately. So GAIA is a global organization that focuses on health and environmental justice issues in waste trade and waste. And we are a zero waste organization that started off looking at incinerators, but recognize the importance of having solutions in terms of waste issues. And so we have moved on to working internationally, of course, on zero waste and zero waste cities and zero waste solutions in a variety of sectors. And most importantly, waste justice. There are 92 organizations globally, and we work in 4 different regions. These are small organizations as well as some national organizations that are part of our membership. Why battery waste? We recognize that battery waste is not a problem right now, today, yet, but it is such a effort to scale the battery industry, and it's going to be a serious material in our waste stream, and of course it's hazardous waste, and it will obviously impact our communities and the environment, and there's no way to handle it right now. And so for many of us who've worked on plastics or electronics or textiles, we know that we wish we would have got in early on those industries and really thought of solutions and been proactive because we know if we don't take action now at the front end, that by the time it gets to recycling, it can't be recycled successfully. So this is a proactive program rather than a reactive. We know that there's going to be, by 2030, there'll be 1.2 million batteries, and we want to make sure that they're recycled sustainably and that they don't end up being dumped. It's the next slide. We do focus on the waste hierarchy that in terms of a decision-making process and a framework for how we actually reduce waste. And that's why we're here to have this discussion today around repurposing. And of course, the waste hierarchy really looks at rethink, reuse, and then recycle, and also reduce and then recycle. But we recognize, and we are focused on repurposing, but repurposing is very integrated with reuse, repair, and manufacturing. The standards that we set and we talk about today, the information that's available, the tools and the product design all interrelate in terms of repair and reuse as well as repurposing. But for today, we are focused on repurposing. If you go to the next slide, and a lot of it is because the groups that we work with internationally, the secondary market for materials is really important for products and materials. Think about low-income people, people of color in the US and internationally, the secondary market is really important. Whether you're talking about used cars, used appliances, used computers, refurbished phones, etc. So again, the focus and honing in on repurposing batteries is really important to us. And we're looking at 3 different areas. We're looking at within the whole plethora of this year of battery supply chain and life cycle. We're honing in on policy issues there, as well as repurposing and community right to know. Policy issues, there are state state legislation rather, that's being introduced in California. In Nevada, it's been introduced in Washington, in Mexico, Arizona, about a half a dozen states have all introduced battery recycling legislation. But it's important to kind of note that the similarity between all of these pieces of legislation is that they actually mention the waste hierarchy and they call it the waste management hierarchy. And how important it is to reuse and repair and repurpose before recycling, but there's no provisions for how that should happen. And this is really important because if you don't have standards, you don't have protocols, you don't have that infrastructure, then it is fake recycling. Then it really it's greenwashing, and we don't want that to happen in the bills. And so today we're really concerned about how do we develop that infrastructure, the standards, the information sharing, and the protocols that'll make it the waste hierarchy actually happen. And repurposing, as I mentioned, is a key component of our concern around looking at secondary markets and the impacts of our members globally and in the US. And of course, in making sure that the battery's life is extended. And and again, when we talk about repurposing, I do want people to keep in the back of their minds repair, remanufacture, reuse. Those are all important issues in terms of extending the battery's life. And then, of course, community right to know is really important to us. We do focus a lot on recycling, but we want to and we know that the industry is new in terms of recycling batteries. They're all startups. There's not a lot of documentation, not great regulations in terms of how these facilities operate. And so we really want to make sure that we identify the impacts at the community level and that communities have the information to protect their health. Next slide. So our battery program overall, again, like you mentioned, what we're focusing on the US and in other regions, we're really looking at kind of building up communication around these issues and building alliances. And of course, these issues are received around battery or EV battery life cycle impacts and recycling and repurposing are received differently and addressed differently in different regions for GAIA. Can I go to the next slide? So at GAIA, in the next slide.
We'll take a short break here.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's it.
Thank you. We'll take just a moment so to wrap up the welcome and introductions. So looking at our agenda, I jumped to the introductions before finishing our welcome. So you'll be able to pass to the next slide soon, but that was the initial presentation of what does GAIA do on battery materials before you jump now to the specificity of what we do on repurposing. And we'll invite Lena online from ClimateWorks to say a few words as well from ClimateWorks about their program and their words of welcome to this workshop. Before then, we go to the panel as such. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Lean, and no problem at all. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to see everyone being able to join in person at our ClimateWorks office. So I'm Lena Federico. I lead our work on battery sustainability as well as minerals for the energy transition at ClimateWorks. And I'm very excited for this workshop. Much of our work on battery sustainability to date has focused primarily on recycling, so supporting advocacy on recycling across US, EU, and some emerging economies. But as we are building and broadening our work on battery sustainability broadly, we are looking more and more into repurposing, second life, and essentially the whole substance of this workshop. So when GAIA approached us about doing such a workshop, we were very excited to be able to support it and just wanted to thank the GAIA team for pulling together a great agenda and for all of you in joining, and we're definitely looking forward to the outcomes of the workshop. And now you all can carry on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lena. Yes, great. And so now, sorry for interrupting you, Sheila. You can continue to dive into the substance of the repurposing.
Oh, okay, I don't want to get on a roll and just keep talking. Okay, so what are the EV battery repurposing issues and barriers that GAIA is actually addressed? And these are 4 issues that we're highlighting today. We have targeted as critical issues, but of course, we're hoping to get feedback from everybody in the room today to see at the end of the day if these are still the most important issues. So around access to the battery data, economic barriers, of course, are really important. The design of batteries impact, of course, environmental justice, communities and low-income communities. And of course, fire safety is really important, not only at the stage of repurposing, but throughout the supply chain, at manufacturing facilities, at data centers, at energy storage backup centers, as well as recycling facilities. So fires are an important issue, especially if you're thinking about facilities that are typically located in industrial areas and low-income communities. Again, it's a critical EJ issue. So the next slide, in terms of battery data, what are we talking about? How do we actually figure out the state of health of the battery? There's really not a standardized method to do that yet. It's mentioned a lot, it's talked about a lot, but it remains a challenge because there's not any standard protocol or standard metric for doing that. And if you can't identify the state of health, then you really can't move that on to the next phase, whether you're going to reuse or recycle or whatever, or repurpose the battery. So that information is critical in the hierarchy and in the repurposing process. And of course, there's really a lot of challenges around proprietary hardware, software, et cetera. The battery design, of course, is really important in terms of, can you take it apart? Are they actually designing it so that it can be repurposed? And are they actually designing the battery in such a way that prevents it from being repurposed or recycled even, or repaired, et cetera, throughout the life cycle? It doesn't have to go straight to the dump or straight to recycling, but you can't do anything else with it. And go to the next slide. And then there's just tremendous economic barriers. There's economic barriers in terms of the battery cost itself once you repurpose it. Does it compete in the market with a new battery in terms of a price point? And then there's all other types of barriers in terms of, especially if you're looking at low-income communities, or in terms of the cost of just getting into the business, or the training and the skills that you might need, as well as looking at the actual access to equipment, and then all of the other barriers that we end up dealing with the proprietary software. Who gets access to the information? Once you get the battery in the shop, you get access to the battery. What can you do with it? How can you even access the information to figure out the next step? And then of course the fire safety issues that disproportionately impact the low-income communities, where a lot of these fires are happening, like in Detroit. There's been over 8 fires in the last year at a manufacturing facility, and of course we've had a major fire here at Moss Landing, which Destin will talk a lot about at a data storage facility. The next slide. So those are going to go to the next slide. We also, is that it? You're talking so soft.
I think we're gonna go on to Peter now, who will give us the view from the US. So Peter's a senior researcher in the transportation program at the American Council for Energy Efficient Economy. He specializes in light-duty fuel efficiency of electric vehicles, and he leads ACEE's annual life cycle emissions analysis for beatercars.org. And works to advance equitable access to the goods. Peter holds a master's of science in public policy management from Carnegie Mellon and a BA in economics and global environmental change.
Right. Thank you. All right, so thank you, everyone. I guess I'll start with a little context for kind of the work that I did in preparation for this workshop. So many of you may have seen that there was a memo circulated that put together in preparation. This was done in coordination with GAIA, essentially doing research through a series of interviews, including some people here today, with industry folks, advocates, and researchers on this topic, to both analyze the market cases for repurposed batteries, the issues and barriers, and then kind of teeing up the discussion largely for this afternoon around what are the policy options and kind of like the landscape of what's possible that can allow for wider use of EV batteries, repurposed largely in stationary storage, but I think some of it also applies to some of the refurbishment and reuse and other aspects. Next slide. But yeah, as Neil mentioned, I'm with the American Council for Energy Efficient Economy, ACEEE. We are a nonprofit research advocacy organization based in DC. Rachel and I are on the transportation team, but we also have buildings, utilities, state and local, federal teams working on a lot of different areas. As the name suggests, largely focused on energy efficiency, but for us in transportation, that means both fuel efficiency and electrification, but also VMT reduction and people solutions. And next slide. So yeah, so as I said, this memo largely came out of research that I'd done, speaking with numerous people in the industry. And as Sheila, a lot of overlap with what Sheila said, there were some key barriers to repurposing that kind of kept coming up, that I'll get into a little bit more later, and you can see on the screen. But I would say in general, a lot of them are major barriers to the cost competitiveness of using EV batteries for repurposing. So essentially using EV batteries for, at the end of their life in a vehicle, for stationary storage. As Sheila mentioned, it's a lot of competition for new batteries. And so making, being able to reduce some of these barriers to policy would be pretty key to allowing the right for use. And of course, we believe that batteries should be reused and repurposed before they are ultimately recycled. Next slide. But so I first want to talk a little bit about the investigation into kind of the market cases, or what are the use cases. When we're thinking about how EV batteries could be repurposed for storage, where do they make sense? And there's a lot of actual barriers to them being used in general. I think actually there was a lot of skepticism among some of the people that I talked to that this was really a scalable and large and a solution that could really tackle, I think, the growing storage market. Clearly, obviously, the fact that repurposed batteries have been degraded after they were in a vehicle means that there's limited charging cycles left. So the amount of times they can be charged and discharged. The whole process of making storage is a fairly ad hoc process, so it's a little hard to scale in the same way that you could for new battery production. Utility storage is probably the largest source, the largest customer. I mean, those customers tend to be fairly risk averse and highly value reliability, which they may not feel like the repurpose system meets those criteria. And then there's of course just uncertainty around this whole market. It's a fairly new market. It hasn't been around very long. I mean, new battery storage hasn't also been around very long, so there's just a lot that I think customers need to feel comfortable to be able to really use these. You can see on the right just an example. This is just hypothetical in terms of as the capacity, how much it can charge go down over time. That's correlated also as well with how much charging and discharging you can do. I found that in many cases where charging and discharging fairly rapidly was needed for things like daily charging and discharging or frequency regulation on utility grids where it's very quick, that EV battery storage is maybe not as viable an option, but things for like backup power or in combination with EV charging, those may be a better solution because it just it's a little less harsh in the storage system. Slide. Yeah, so one of the major barriers that I found was kind of just the nature of the battery market in general, as is kind of maybe potentially obvious, given that these are batteries that have been used in vehicles for potentially 10 to 15 years. When they come off the vehicle, they're going to be competing against new batteries that have had 10 to 15 years of innovation and cost reduction. And so that's a big obstacle to overcome. It's going to be hard. What is the economic case for a customer? Why would they choose repurposed over a new that's newer, more innovative? And so customers that really value that, they may not want to use repurposed battery system. On the other hand, one trend that we're seeing in the battery market could potentially be beneficial for repurposing, and that is the shift from NMC batteries, the typical batteries used in EVs today, to LFP batteries. Given that LFP batteries tend to be safer, so dealing with some of those perceptions of risk, they tend to be also a lot less valuable to recyclers. They're contain lower value materials, and they're a lot harder to recycle, and so being able to use them for repurposing is potentially a positive direction in the battery industry. So you kind of see that there's different trends that we're seeing that kind of affect repurposing. Next slide. As Sheila mentioned, and I don't want to go into this too much because I think this is going to be a big discussion later, there's a lot of challenges to assessing the state of health and testing for safety specifically. As Sheila mentioned, knowing the state of health of the battery when you receive it after its first life is critical to being able to repurpose it. And there's not a ton of standardization around this. A lot of different companies have their own way of doing it. And then there's also issues around accessing the data from the OEM, which they tend to be not very willing to give up. And that'll give you a lot of information about how the battery was used in the EV. And then one standard that does sort of exist for this is the UL 974. UL is many don't know, it's remember exactly what it stands for? Underwriters Laboratory, thank you. They're kind of the main the main organization testing for safety for electronics that are a key actor in getting kind of approval for a lot of these systems. And so they have their own standard that sets up some level of oversight for assessing a state of health and for certifying, but many people have told me that they find the standard onerous and expensive, and also a big barrier. Next slide. And then as well, the actual ability to disassemble and reassemble and make these repurposed systems can be fairly costly. I think this is a lot of what GAIA has spoken to and has research on, that there's a lot of complications with disassembly, that there's toxic hazards, it requires a significant amount of expertise and upfront investment to create these facilities, as well as just being able to deal with the software itself. If you're not disassembling it, can be a challenge. And so all of these things, of course, add costs that need to be factored in. Just one more slide. And yes, and then the last barrier is on collection and transportation. Of course, these are very heavy batteries, difficult to transport. Refurbishers might be only a few around the country, but of course EVs are going to be everywhere. So getting all those batteries to those refurbishers can be challenging. They're currently classified as hazardous waste, which adds logistical and cost hurdles for those logistic companies. And then the fact that we don't have clear policy around this means that there's kind of an underdeveloped marketplace. There's not really a mechanism forcing this whole system. And of course, as with recycling, still a limited supply because there's not that many end of life batteries. But yeah, there's a lot more information in the memo. And yeah, should I take any questions?
Thanks. Actually, let me ask folks some poll questions in our speaker. Thank you, Peter. So Ray Panaligan has come all the way from the Philippines to give us a perspective from Southeast Asia. He's the president of the Center for Renewable Energy and Sustainable Technology, which is a Philippine-based nonprofit focused on climate policy, community engagement, and multi-sectoral partnerships. He's a registered electronics engineer with a master's in international business management from the Berlin School of Economics and Law. He also wears a number of other hats. He holds leadership roles in Climate Action Network International, Climate Action Network Southeast Asia, and Proximity Partnerships. Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Neil. And of course, thank you to GAIA for the invitation. So I would like to share, actually this is a perspective coming from different countries from Asia. So yeah, next slide. So without the presentation will be more on just an introduction on the work of GAIA members in the Asia Pacific, particularly on battery, and a bit of our work, my organization on just energy transition, and of course the issues and the barriers and some of the recommendations that we see across the region. Next slide. So well, basically many there are a lot of members across the region. Asia Pacific is a very diverse region, and there's a lot of members working on different aspects of work, but many of them are really looking into the end of life for batteries and having engaging in these issues in different spaces, doing research, and of course engaging government and industries to further push zero waste, align policies and corporate behavior in this issue. Next slide. Well, for my organization, we're based in Southeast Asia. So we started the work on renewable energy. And since we're a technical organization, we've been doing work on vocational training for workers, community leaders, and youth on renewable energy. And we've been doing a lot of forum also, and also helping communities adapt green technologies, especially indigenous peoples and communities far-flung regions. We're working very closely with the industry. So we're working with industry groups focused on renewable energy efficiency, and the last one is on electric vehicle. And on the right, these are some of the major industry events in the Philippines where CRES is also a partner. And we're using this industry and international conventions as a platform to advocate our campaign, and especially on circularity and zero waste as well. Next slide. So here are some of the issues that we're seeing in the region. So we know that Asia is one of the main sources of critical minerals for EV batteries. Specifically, the Philippines is the second largest producer of nickel, and we're shifting all this nickel in raw form outside of the country. So we're seeing, of course, the increased demand on critical minerals will put a lot of pressure in many areas, because many of the mining areas in Asia are located in highly biodiversity, important ecosystems, and indigenous people's land. And because we've seen very recently, because of the tariff war, one of the response of China is to put a chokehold on their critical mineral exports, and the US is now looking into Central Asia to source more minerals for energy and defense technology. Next slide. Because Asia Pacific is a very diverse region, you have countries that are very high income countries, and you have also countries that you fall under a very low income countries. Even in Southeast Asia, for example, you have Singapore, and you have countries like Cambodia and Laos that's fall on a low spectrum of economic development. So there's really a very limited in terms of concentration of capital. But what we're seeing in the trend is that because of the electric vehicle has allowed the rise of homegrown EV industries, especially in emerging markets like India, Indonesia, and we also see a lot of manufacturing hubs coming up in Thailand and Vietnam, and even in the Philippines, we've seen some startup manufacturing facilities for electric vehicles. So in a way, the EV industry decentralize the vehicle production across the region. And but we're seeing that because of the increasing tariff wars between China and the US, there's really putting a lot of pressure for manufacturers, but in a way, it also pay for incentivizing localized manufacturing. Next slide. And again, because of the diversity, we're seeing different policies in place for management of electric vehicle batteries. We know that there's a lot of EV battery policy already that promotes incentives for manufacturers and producing, encouraging expansion of EV adoption. But in terms of policies and programs for safe and just management of EV batteries, they're pretty much not existent. You can see them in some countries with already a robust automotive industry, like in Japan, where they have a strong EPR program. And for example, in South Korea, one province, the Jeju province, they already launched a pilot program that utilizes those EV batteries for energy storage and for small farming equipment. Okay, next slide. And also in India, because it's also one of the rising economy in Asia, we've seen also they already put in place some battery waste management rules in place that promotes EPR. However, of course, there's still much to be done because the current waste pricing is too low to really increase systematic change and again, this also incentivizes recyclers to be part of the program. Next slide. And of course, this is what we've seen, and many of the members of GAIA EP has been documenting a lot of waste dumping and waste trade, not only for hazardous waste, but also for old and obsolete electric vehicles. Most of them are 2 or 3 wheel variants coming from China and from other more advanced economies. Most of these obsolete EVs, they still utilize lead acid batteries. It's being brought in Southeast Asia and many developing economies in Asia. Next slide. And of course, this is because there's a lack of recycling facilities. So there's a rampant really in terms of management of electric vehicle. And we've seen, for example, documented cases of hazardous waste just being thrown out into the rivers or in the soil. And of course, there's also cases where some of these waste batteries, they're just being fed into incinerators in some countries. And that's why further exposing toxins into the air and into the environment. Next slide. And of course, again, because there's a lack of recycling facilities, many of these batteries, they're recycled through informal processes. And many of the waste pickers who try to do recycling, they don't have any proper trainings. They don't utilize or have any safety equipments. And there are sometimes they just do this recycling in their own backyard, in the roads. And because there's no policies or market for recycling, there's no incentives. And that's why there's really no support in terms of recyclers being part of the program. And this led of course, to a growing number of what we call wildcat informal recyclers across the region. Next slide. So these are the trends that we're seeing. In terms of policy covering, we've seen a lot of countries that are already putting in place EPR policies. But again, many of these EPR policies are still limited in countries with advanced economies and with already homegrown mature EV markets. Repurposing activities remains very limited, but some industries already start to initiate despite the absence of government policies. And Japan and India's data reporting and disclosure requirements, although they still need improvement, can be viewed as something that we can look into in terms of developing a standard setting policies for the region. In terms of appetite of the industry for repurposing and recycling, especially in the PH, the Philippines, we've seen industry players that recognize the profitability of repurposing and reuse, at least at the short term and medium term, because they're also seeing that because of lack of support for recycling and declining prices of batteries, it will be eventually will be reaching a future that will be more economical to buy a new battery than recycled one. Singapore already started a program like a battery leasing. So this is also a viable potential profitable solutions to secure better resources. Next slide, and I think this is the last slide. So some opportunities and recommendations that GAIA groups in Asia Pacific are working. So of course, the first one is continued engagement in terms of intersectional spaces and pushing zero waste, align EOL policies, amplify communication work in countries with significant human rights issues in terms of waste dumping and waste recycling, facilitate resource mobilization for research. This is a very important work for many members of GAIA. And for us in CRES, we have been working on integration of just transition policies and programs to include fair and equitable process on industry shift. We're also doing research and innovations in chemistry. We're working with a lot of academia and startups in the Philippines to develop and promote innovations on chemistry and of course battery and longevity to reduce demand for critical minerals. And actually there's also a missing point there that we're definitely working with the industry to encourage them also to support circularity because this still again renewable energy and electric vehicle is pretty much still a new industry across emerging markets, but we also believe that even though it's not yet a problem now, it's time to start a conversation on how to deal with all of this with this technology base before it becomes a problem. I think that's my last presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we have about 20 minutes for questions and answers. I believe Eli is going to share a whiteboard online, let's go online. If you put your questions or comments in there, then all of us in the room will be able to read those. And so, yeah, I just want to invite everyone here to put up your hand and you can questions, comments, thoughts.
Ray, I'm interested to hear more about the Singapore battery model. Is it the manufacturers that are thinking a little more about how if you know the structure of that?
I'm not pretty much familiar. I have read only in the news and some researches, but I think we should share vision. I don't think we do have members in the board, but we just scanning the news and also regions. But yeah, that we always. We actually also interested to know about something that we can explore and probably also implement in that practice.
Looks like we have two raised hands on line, so I'm gonna ask them to unmute.
Okay.
And ask the question. Neil?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name's Emil Nussbaum. I'm with the Automotive Recyclers Association. I'm also with the Coalition for Battery Second Life. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces here, and thank you again for putting on this work session. It's going to be more and more important that we have a viable reuse, repurposing, remanufacturing marketplace for end of life or end of first life batteries as we start to see more vehicles reach their end of life, more batteries get retired. And it's going to be more important also from a environmental standpoint because of some of those low recycling and scrap costs for batteries to go straight to recycling. So we need to derive that extra value from the battery, as well as make sure that we don't have single-use item batteries coming from vehicles. And my one comment based on the two presentations, which I thought were very good, is that one thing talking with Second Life battery companies that are working on repurposing. And it's important to note that there are many different models of repurposing, whether you're taking the battery apart, reconfiguring the modules into a new product, or alternatively, you're taking the whole pack as well, which is going to have a substantial impact on the repurposing costs. One of the big things that wasn't mentioned is some of the testing, permitting, and certifications for getting those Second Life systems into the field. So that's going to be in particular UL 9540A, which has to do with fire safety testing of those units, as well as UL 1973, which adds substantial costs and barriers to the ability to see a thriving Second Life battery industry.
Emil, was there a question there, or is that mostly just a comment?
It was mostly just a comment that identifying kind of the burdens associated with testing and certification is one of the most substantial burdens and barriers that some of the Second Life companies are seeing right now. So I just want to make sure that we have that noted.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more question from online. Heather?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Heather Troom with Zero Waste Washington up in Seattle. And I know Emil well because we just got out of legislative session. Our session ended last night. And we did have a very intense set of negotiating meetings on our EV battery bill here in Washington that failed. My question is, and I'm going to be a little bit of a devil's advocate here. It seems to me that there is a balancing act that we need to consider in terms of the environmental justice. So I'm trying to like wrap my hands around the environmental justice component of repurposing, because on one hand, and this question is not just for Ray, but it's for the three previous presenters. On one hand, we want to reduce the impact of mining. So that's a huge environmental justice issue. Then we want to make sure that we are recycling the batteries safely and not using the technologies that create huge environmental justice burdens. So I get those two things. What I'm struggling with is this in-between thing, which is the repurposing, because on one hand, do we really want to repurpose crappy old batteries that have not much life left in them, or do we really want to recycle them? How is it good for the community to repurpose those batteries? I don't see that. So I would love to have some clarity. I love it. Emil jumped his hand up again. Why would we want to do that? So I'm wondering, like, where it seems to me that we need to create a balancing act in our discussion today, because battery technologies are changing dramatically, and if we have new batteries that don't use some of these more toxic metals, isn't that a good thing? And isn't it also a good thing from an environmental justice perspective to be using batteries and not fossil fuels? So getting to new technologies and having better batteries, not repurposing batteries that might actually be kind of crappy. So my question is, how do we come up with that balancing act? And then in policy, because we will do another EV battery bill that's coming up. We're hoping California will pass one and we can just copy you guys. But where's that balance? That's my question. And I'm doing this a bit as a devil's advocate.
Great. Does anybody want to tackle that one?
I guess I'll start with, and I would say that first of all, looking at repurposing and extending the battery's life needs to be part of the overall industry as a sustainable industry. So we shouldn't be in a position where batteries are designed and they still have 80% capacity, and we're sending them to be recycled. And maybe that's, so I think that in terms of environmental health and justice, we want to make sure that the battery has a lifespan long enough so that it actually is replacing the need to do a lot of this mining, and that the materials are recovered and that the battery's life is extended. But if you're not designing that battery, or I should say, and there should be incentives to design the battery so it doesn't still have 80% capacity. If it has 80% capacity and it's going to to be recycled instead of repurposed or reused, then that's a really big waste of energy. It's not an efficient system. So that's one thing to make sure. And I should say that if it continues to operate in that way, where you still have batteries that are produced with 80% capacity and they can't drive a car or power a car, but they go directly to recycling, it almost becomes like a design obsolescence, in terms of looking at the battery design. So it would be great if they used up all the capacity in the first life. So that's one issue. And the second issue is that if you do have that capacity, if the battery is, for example, and I've seen this in my career at working on electronics and solar, if that product is still viable and usable, then it will be used in other countries. There's a different way and perspective of looking at the value of a battery that still has capacity. And if you can't buy a new battery because it's too expensive still for you, people will actually attempt to repurpose that battery or reuse it. People are in that way are very have a lot of skill and are very ingenious, but it's also very dangerous. So I think that we just can't ignore a repurpose market or a secondary market, because even if you don't plan for that secondary market, frequently there are those applications that people try to apply or utilize anyway. So I think those are two important issues, is that it needs to be designed for extended life, and that it needs to be designed so that it doesn't hurt and that people, and it supports that market. So those are my thoughts, and maybe Ray, you might have.
I think we might also a response from someone online, somebody.
Yes, we'll take one response from online and then we'll return to
And I see a number of hands here.
Yes, yeah. Summary.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, my name is Samreen. I'm working at a company called Moment Energy that repurposes electric vehicle batteries into energy storage systems. So definitely speaking from experience when I'll bring up my comments here. But the first thing I wanted to address is, with batteries, these batteries coming out of vehicles, the inherent comment of them being crappy batteries isn't necessarily the case, because these batteries, when they're first put into vehicles, we're taking the highest grade batteries from the production line to put into electric vehicles to have that charge and discharge rate that is required to operate in a vehicle's life. And when you take these batteries out of the vehicle, it's not that the batteries now need to be disposed of and sent to landfills or recycled prematurely. They actually, as to the comments in the room, they do have that 80% on average original capacity remaining, meaning they can be used for another 10 years in second life applications. In talking in this group, if our goal is to talk about sustainability and really extending the lifetime of these batteries, if you can use them for another 10 years, why wouldn't you? So that's something that we're working on, and we make sure that when we bring in batteries that they are graded to ensure that they are repurposable. So I know in the chat there was another comment from Jessica about, there's a point where repurposing may not be more environmentally advantageous to recycling. So that is something that needs to be tested for. There is a certain state of health that's required to get to that 10-year output in the second life application. But the reason why they're retiring at 80% from the vehicle is because you're no longer, as a vehicle driver, able to achieve a certain range. So let's just say it's 300 miles that you want to drive at the end of a decade in the vehicle's life, you're no longer hitting that 300 miles. So that vehicle driver decides to retire their battery. But that battery in a second life application like energy storage, we're not limited by space like you are in a vehicle, where we can put as many of these batteries together to achieve the capacity output that our customers need or that energy storage customers need. And that's why it ends up making sense to take these very high quality vehicle batteries and putting them into energy storage applications where customers don't see the difference between a first life energy storage product and a energy storage product that is created using these electric vehicle batteries. So I wanted to provide some more context on that and how companies today that exist are addressing this problem and really just making sure that these batteries are used to their full potential before we send them out to get recycled.
Thank you, Sabrina and Sean. My question, Peter, I'd love to hear a little bit if you, in the research that you did leading up to this, if you got perspective from insurance companies or financing companies like green banks and such about how do they measure residual value? How do they measure this value that's inherently still available in the battery into their products, right? How do they measure that risk?
Yeah, so I'd say I didn't speak to any people on the financial side. I think that's probably a good next step. I will say some other folks who spoke on the topic definitely brought up that as an issue. I think both that issues with insurance and warranties as well, that I think there's just a lot of uncertainty what these repurpose systems 5-10 years down the line need. And it's still, that's why there's so many pilot projects in place to try to get that information, like how they're actually used and what those lifespans are like, because that is so inherent to their value. If this is something that they can only get used for a few years, that's not going to be something that is necessarily probably get financing, because it's just not really return. It's not investment, especially when they might not be that much cheaper than a new system, where there's a lot more of an understanding in the insurance industry and the finance industry of all right, what is this product going to give you? What am I expecting? All of those questions are a lot more new than for repurposing. That's kind of what I heard, but yeah, I think it would definitely be great to talk to some finance people, insurance people.
Harry. Yes, I was just going to add, build on to Sheila's comment that repurposing is going to happen. It might not happen as much in the US as it will abroad. And it's going to happen because the big elephant in the room that hasn't been brought up is the export of used vehicles. The US, Japan, Europe are all exporting millions of vehicles, most of these going to countries around the world. And there's a particular incentive, in fact, in many countries to import electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles with lithium-ion batteries without any import tax. And I think we're just going to see this accelerate as a way that these vehicles will go. And once these vehicles show up in Manila or in Nairobi, we're going to likely at some point find a way to be reused. I mean, the batteries will find a way to be reused at some point. So, and I think that's particularly true if you look at the economics of this, where this is a very labor-intensive activity to dismantle these things and or put them into a new connected infrastructure. And secondly, I think it's also a question where the standards are going to be lowest, where there are nobody cares about the UL standards. It's likely that's going to be the place where this is going to happen. And I think that's really something that we need to focus on if we look at this holistically.
Thank you.
Brady, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, very quickly. But I agree that but one of the main issues from GAIA AP is of course the transfer of obsolete technologies. We know that repurposing will happen probably not in the US or in the EU, but definitely it will happen in low-income countries. And the problem is that once you brought all these obsolete technologies in these markets, we don't have any infrastructures for recycling. So basically, with all of these technologies will be done in terms of informal recycling, and we see a lot of this already happen in other electronic waste. So I think the main goal for many of the GAIA AP is really to stop the transfer of obsolete technologies. If this is a new technology, or I think this is something that we do support, but in terms of transfer of obsolete technologies, because we understand they're very cheap, people can afford them compared to a new electric vehicle, for example. But again, these are some of the environmental justice issues that are being raised.
So I just want to comment on the production, repurpose and recycling, right? From Sheila's point. So those batteries, when they're producing, they need to be very careful because we're using most of the time toxic materials to build them on. And recycling itself, we don't have a good recycling technology right now that can separate those toxic materials without actually poisoning the water or soil. It needs to be in a very controlled environment, right? We use solvents, which in general, they're toxic. So that's why actually it's very expensive. We cannot build them up because we don't have a good one working on that end. And when we think about that way, production to recycling, because we don't have a good recycling technology right now, we want to avoid it as possible, right? Until we have a good one. So in that regard, repurposing is really a good option because a battery, when it's built, it's rarely toxic unless you go in and put it in a way that it would release the materials under very high heat kind of. So as the comment was very good about yes, it cannot be used in EVs, but it can be used in different technologies, right? In energy storage, we know energy storage, right? But there might be other technologies that can be used as secondhand batteries, right? I think the whole purpose is finding those markets where this could really work for the next 10 years until we have a good recycling technology at hand. And in terms of trade, what I know is, yes, a technology, if it's end of life defined in developed economies like here in EU, they might be traded to developing economies. And they're traded under second-hand name, which means they're not defined as toxic e-waste. But at the end, when they are there in Africa or some countries in Asia, they're rarely used as second-hand technologies, but they go to directly informal recycling. And you don't know what happens there. And most of the time, they end up like open burning with, again, toxic materials are releasing, right? These loopholes exist in Basel Convention, and then people use it a lot, like sending under second-hand terminology, the waste to developing economies, just because they don't know how to handle them properly here or in their own country. So I think from that, this requires a really good infrastructure, but we have to think where these second-hand batteries could be used. And then they will make economic case. If you find that market, they are potentially good to be used.
I actually had a similar question to the one that Heather asked about sort of devil's advocate, with a slightly different twist, and you guys have kind of touched on it already, but I just want to be a little more explicit. I was talking to somebody in the EV space who basically made the argument that us orgs that are coming from a recycling perspective take for granted that we assume it's reduce, reuse, recycle in that order, right? We assume that reusing is always better. And he was making the argument that since the battery technology has changed so much and is changing so quickly, you actually would conserve more resources by recycling. And I didn't have any information either way on that. And so I just thought that was an interesting argument. I was curious what the rebuttal was. I do think the answer we just got was actually a big part of the rebuttal, but I'm curious what other folks think.
Maybe just in the sense that the newer batteries would be using better or less materials.
Yeah.
So if you're using a repurposed battery, but you're displacing a better option.
In terms of critical mineral extraction, we would be better off recycling than making new batteries. and then repurposing. It's basically that argument, and I don't even know if they're back, if that was based on anything other than trying to argue, but.
Yeah. I think there's definitely an argument that, especially for NMC batteries, that those minerals are in high demand and are gonna be wanted. Like, there's definitely a tension that I did discuss. I talked a little bit about. Recyclers are gonna want that. Manufacturers are gonna want those minerals, so they don't want them being locked up, so to speak, in a repurpose system for even longer. And I guess you can argue one way or the other, if, from like a life cycle perspective, is it better? But that, of course, also depends on the recycling chain. But I think also as we shift to LFP, that completely changes and it becomes even more easy to repurpose and we just extend, especially because of these harder to recycle or even less economic to recycle. And so we need even more time to do that.
All right, I think we have to wrap up our Q&A. I do want to quickly highlight this question on the whiteboard from Marisol Landau. She's saying there's not a huge amount of used EVs yet, but has there been any study on the performance of repurposed batteries? Do we have data on how well these perform, how long they perform?
Maybe some read online who actually runs a facility that utilizes repurposed batteries might have come on that in terms of performance.
I will be presenting later some data, just FYI, with respect to the life that can be expected for second life. But we can take more comments.
We'll leave that as a teaser for the afternoon. Okay, thank you all. Okay, back to you.
Thank you. This is great. We've gotten off to a very good start with this. So then we are now on our 10:30 session, moderated by Danae. And I'll invite, maybe if we could ask Peter and Ray, we'll switch out your seats and we'll invite Surinder and Dustin. You'll take the hot seats over there. And we'll get the presentations that will be excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, it should be. I forgot to say.
Okay.
Awesome fellas. Yeah. I forgot. I think. Cool. Good. Thank you for getting that. I just had That's all. Banana peels. Yeah, happy to do much.
Or we do the like.
Yeah. Big party ballet.
Oh,
Thank you.
Joanne.
Yeah,
Yes.
I got 6.
Yes.
6-year-old. It's the younger. Well, ballet, you're getting going.
Oh,
man. Going fast.
Danae.
All right, so it looks like folks are taking care of themselves here in the room. We hope other folks are. We'll get into our next panel. So a technical deep dive on key barriers, and we'll have 2 speakers, as Lane just mentioned, for this session. So welcoming Professor Dustin Mulvaney. I didn't get a chance to ask you pronunciation, so thank you for that. Professor Dustin Mulvaney is joining us from San Jose State University Environmental Studies Department. Has done a lot of great research around solar energy, just transition, which is a really important part of this work, as well as natural resource development. So we're really excited for your expertise and experience here. has authored a couple of publications around a variety of topics on solar energy, environmental justice, and transitions as well. And what I see about your work is it informs the industry standards that have already come up as far as what is going to be important in this conversation. So that'll be really great to hear from you. And then following, we'll have Surinder Singh, Dr. Singh, CEO of a climate tech company. So as we mentioned before, having diverse perspectives in this room and on this topic is really important. So we're excited to have your perspective here as a part of the kind of tech and innovative side of this work. Dr. Singh has a climate tech company that focuses on scalable solutions to climate emergencies, has a lot of patents on some innovative technologies, and also does some support and mentoring other folks in the climate tech startup space, which again is a very emerging topic, and we're excited to have both of these perspectives here. So I believe Professor Mulvaney, you'll go first, and then we'll shift over to Dr. Singh, and then we'll have some time for questions both online and in the room. So yeah.
Okay, well, grateful to have the opportunity to speak to all of you today. And I'm going to talk about fire risks, and just to kind of orient you to how we walked into Moss Landing, we had been supported by the National Science Foundation and the US EPA to be looking at energy transitions across the West, and we've been bringing a life cycle approach to that. Our EPA grant is called Understanding Life Cycle Impacts across energy storage. Since we got Thacker Pass and Salton Sea, and we're following each stage for case studies. By the way, we received word that our NSF grant was terminated on Friday. So there's that. But we chose Moss Landing as like the stationary storage case study. And when we initially proposed it back in 2020, we initially proposed it, it was going to be the stage where like the risks went down if a battery storage facility was going to replace a natural gas facility. The air pollution, this power plant here actually was once the Moss Landing, you can't quite see here, but once the largest power plant California ever built. It has generated more air pollution than all the power plants in Los Angeles basin altogether in history. So it's an extremely big facility. And thinking about batteries being dropped into a big potential gas, used for oil power plant would reduce air pollution. But very soon after we had, while NSF was still making their decision, there was a fire, another fire, third fire, two of them called smoke incidents technically. And then in January, you can go to the next slide, January 16th, getting ready to cook breakfast or cook dinner for my kids. And then I'm like, honey, can you watch the kids this evening? I gotta go run to Westcliff and see if I can see this thing on fire from across the bay, because we turned the TV on and Moss Landing battery power plant was on fire. And that picture I took, you can see how tall the fire. So those are, I'm forgetting the height of those stacks. I think they're 500-foot stacks at Moss Landing. Right? So you can see how tall those are flames coming out of the top of the building. There, there's a hole in the roof. Obviously, you can see the smoke coming straight up. And then we were lucky there had to be a marine layer. That's why the smoke is kind of, seems like it's suspended there. So people who were immediately around that fire, at least they weren't in that plume of plastics and metals that you would see there. You can go to the next slide. So this just kind of show you a picture of the battery while it's smoldering. So this was the old turbine room, units 1 through 5 of the Moss Landing power plant. You can go to the next slide. And that's just showing you the, that's just a jumbled mess of melted aluminum, nickel, manganese, cobalt batteries, plastics, everything else that you might imagine would be inside a big energy storage facility. So about 300 megawatts worth of batteries, so close to 100,000 batteries were inside of that building, and about 80% of them were destroyed. You can see evacuation orders here. One of the things that we noticed, and something to think about in the case, and in all of these, the purpose of this talk is to think about fires in the context of a recycling facility. Like same situation, we have a lot of batteries built up in one particular site. But if you go back to the last slide, make sure I got everything here. Oh, so the immediate community was evacuated, nearly 1,400 people, I want to say. the smoke plume kind of goes up in the air and lands somewhere else. That's an important part of the story too, because I don't think who we evacuated necessarily reflects who was exposed in this particular story. So next slide. So this is what we call a loss of control incident. So talk about thermal runaway. This battery actually was contained to battery fire was contained to one rack for about 2 hours or so before it slowly started to accelerate and took off. In fact, there's a reporter on site saying, "Oh, the smoke seems to be going out after 2 hours." That wasn't enough. The uncontrolled thermal runaway incident spread to the racks, and now we know subsequently that particular facility wasn't certified to the UL certification that was mentioned earlier. Which are the number. So anyhow, that's thermal runaway standard. That is for batteries, it's for racks, as well as for the system, and there was not certification for the system here, and obviously it's the worst case scenario. In fact, this is a worse than worst case scenario that was presented to the county board of supervisors who approved that. So, one lesson learned here is that the community didn't actually understand what the risks of having this facility was right there. So 300, there was no scenario where a 300 megawatt battery fire happens there. And there's about 1 gigawatt of batteries altogether on the entire site, at that context. So just planning for emergency response is one thing. We had from one of the previous Moss Landing fires, we had state legislation that asked communities to have emergency incident management response plans in place, and it sounds like those policies were never really enacted. In fact, the California Public Utilities Commission really never set up a program to monitor and see whether or not these emergency incident management plans were being developed and such. So I suspect we're going to see that now. California Public Utilities Commission, just like they regulate pipelines, just like they regulate transmission lines, will be coming to potentially look at these questions about risk communities. Next slide. Skip here. So what are the toxicity risks? Well, there's a few of them. One, I think the reason when this thing caught on fire, I immediately went and thought about the recycling process. What we were learning from, like, what do you do with the remainder of the stuff that you can't actually recover in the battery? And a lot of stuff gets incinerated. So this is basically a slow, uncontrolled incineration of batteries, essentially, with a fire like this. There are flammable and acutely toxic gases. Hydrogen fluoride is the primary chemical that EPA will test for if there's an incident like this locally, to make sure that firefighters, emergency responders are not exposed. The electrolyte in the battery has a lot of fluorine in it, as well as the binders. So once the battery catches on fire, suddenly you have an uncontrolled chemical reaction. In this case, they never actually picked up hydrofluoric acid, and I think it was because the fire was just so hot, it's a very light element, that it may have just gone up into the air. That's what the pollution control district says. It also may have been consumed, so that's not really clear. And there's issues with where they did the sensing and all that. But heavy metals is obviously the major concern for Moss Landing, because they picked up metals all over the place using different techniques, swabs, X-ray fluorescence, things like that. There's also PFAS, as you know, in all these batteries. So all of the potential plastics that are in a battery energy storage facility, you run the risk of potentially having those contaminants in there as well. So so all these toxicity risks they raise different questions for different people. So like hydrofluoric acid is about emergency responders, who's coming back, who's going to firefighting response. The heavy metals and the PFAS is more like a long-term problem. Like, this facility is right next to Elkhorn Slough. I know that the tribe that is in our area is restoring oysters in Elkhorn Slough, and to think that now there's also potential heavy metal contamination in that watershed, potentially PFAS. I want to make sure those oysters are at least being tested if that's the case. Next slide. Let's see here. So these are just a couple of so there's a lot of different agencies that came out to do different testing, and I characterize as many of the tests as actually being inadequate. So for example, if you imagine a fire like this putting heavy metals all over an area, just very, very thin layer of them. And then DTSC shows up and takes a shovel full of dirt and like puts it in a bag and says there's not much contamination in here. It's because they've mixed like a lot of clean soil with that top layer. So it seemed like agencies were not quite prepared to respond to this particular kind of an event. So maybe that's something that we have to think about also. I think we could skip this slide. This is the organization that has kind of risen out of this particular fight so they're trying to get better testing, they're trying to get better resources from the state. And the state hasn't been adequate in either their testing for health symptoms as well as cleanup response, things like that. Next slide. And there are a lot of lawsuits now. So we have 3 major lawsuits. We have a mass action, a class action. Aaron Brockovich is involved. John Laird, who sponsored the previous legislation on battery safety, has a new Clean Energy Safety Act, just came out last Monday, and it deals with having a little more technical and specific response on making sure that there are certain standards in emergency response, so this NFPA 855. There's also a bill, so batteries in California have, and all renewable energy infrastructures have a pathway now that allows them to bypass local government and go right to the state. It's called the opt-in plan. And there's a bill also under consideration right now to remove battery energy storage from the opt-in process and return that oversight to local government. That has setbacks and other kinds of restrictions. The third bill I didn't actually get a chance to read. It just came out last week. It sounds even more restrictive on battery energy storage, but follow up on that. And industry has responded. They have battery energy safety, best practice document. They've got a local ordinance document for like what you would ask for if you were a local government concerned about batteries. Local ordinances aren't necessarily bad for battery energy storage, right? I'll get things put in the right places. Next slide, that's going to be it. So these are just a couple of categories, and these are really meant for discussion more than anything of areas that we would be thinking, what areas should we be thinking about for recycling facilities and in the context of fires? And obviously the big one is emergency response, making sure that first responders are trained adequately and that there's a plan to evacuate if necessary and communicate with the community. Siting considerations, talk about community right to know, that's already something we've been thinking about. There are questions around like local knowledge versus kind of specialized expertise for firefighting. So in some ways, having some more state responsibility there is not necessarily a bad thing. But questions about where do you put these batteries ultimately? Do you want to put one next to a hospital? I'm not sure you do. Do you want to put a battery recycling facility next to a hospital? I don't think so. Standards, regulations, one other standard that was mentioned, I have the wrong acronym, IEC is another recertification there. So let's fix that on the slides. Next slide. So right now with the Moss Landing case, they are they're in the cleanup phase right now. It took a long time for that batteries to cool off. It actually flared up again in February. We've got a couple notices, rainstorms that could flare up again, but I think now it's finally cool and they're entering the stage where they're gonna have to deal with cleanup there. And that's gonna create a whole other set of issues. One of the things they had to do right away was discharging batteries, to make sure the batteries that were still inside of that facility were discharged because they were all maxed, filled up to the top when that battery fire happened, apparently. Potential contaminants and recycling feedstocks. So the question is, where do these batteries go? We know that Redwood Materials, for example, will take batteries. Will these 80,000 batteries in Moss Landing end up at a recycling facility, or will they end up in a hazardous waste plant? We don't know the answer to that, but you can imagine there's other occupational issues of having to deal with the cleanup itself. And then there's the ecosystem as well. So in this case, you have battery energy storage facility, like I said, a very important estuary in California, and what are the impacts to the species that live there, as well as I mentioned the aquaculture. So I think that's all I have. There's another slide after this. That's it. I wanted to acknowledge the funding, the EPA funding, and I guess that's that funding. Maybe not, but thank you. I'll take any questions whenever we're Q&A.
Thank you, and I think we're gonna do questions after both, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect, yes, so please save questions for folks online, please capture your questions on the sticky notes. And then we'll pass it over to Dr. C and then questions.
Hello, everyone, to the people who are here and a lot of people, I believe, who are online as well. And I think it's a very interesting and knowledgeable group of people that we have over here, and definitely people were very humble when they were rating themselves earlier. I am CEO and co-founder at Reliant Energy. We are a battery life extension company, and that is a very purposeful statement because it's related to second life, but also new batteries as well. And I'll highlight that as a present. As a technology, what we have developed is a smarter battery brain for a renewable future. That's our tagline. And why we say the smarter battery brain is because, as many of you might know, so if you use the human body analogy, a battery energy storage system, if that's the human body, there is a brain inside that, which is the battery management system. So the BMS is what we have developed. That is our core IP that manages the life, manages their real-time performance and their status while they're performing for different use cases. Next slide, please. So I don't think I need to spend too much time on this, but this applies to new and second life batteries. Why these are important, and I think apart from sustainability and renewable energy, the other things why batteries are important is because electrification of everything is a very important big wave that is happening right now, and with more renewables coming online, we need more batteries for grid stability and so on. In addition to that, the second wave that is happening right now is the rise of the AI and edge computing, and with the the ChatGPT and all the LLMs, with the AI right now is said that actually we're at probably around like 3% of the power consumption that is going towards data centers. And just yesterday, there was a statement that actually within as short as a decade, 90% of the electricity is going to be used by the data centers because of the AI and so on. So with all of this growth, I think it is very certain that we need to have more renewables and batteries to go along with the renewables for a stabilized grid. Next slide. So this is where Reliant Energy's technology came into place, or why we started actually Reliant Energy was in terms of longer lasting battery energy storage systems. What we have built is a proprietary BMS technology, and so we have several patents that we've already filed on it, which cover different topic areas, including actually battery safety, real-time performance, battery harmonization, and so on. Because there are many different things that need to be addressed, and so it's not just one technological solution, but a combination of multiple solutions that is needed for these batteries to be made to run for as long as possible, and also to run them safely, and to also manage their diversity with respect to various chemistries, various form factors, various states of health, and so on. Second pillar is our technology we built with the foundation that it should address actually both the second life, but very importantly the new batteries as well. I think several questions came up earlier regarding actually why repurposing or repurposing versus recycling, where do they fit in and so on. I think some of the comments that were shared earlier are all very applicable in the sense that I think one of the comment was if there is 80% state of health that is actually still remaining inside of these batteries when they retire from electric vehicles, then we should use them as much as possible. That is actually a very true statement. There is an analogy that I used to use is we should be taking these batteries to their true end of life and not prematurely killing them by taking them to recycling if they have 80% life left over, 20% state of health left over. So it is important for that, but why actually for the new batteries as well is I think from a BMS standpoint, the recycling versus repurposing issue, the other thing that is important to understand is that if you can actually take the batteries to their true end of life in their first life itself, then maybe repurposing is not important. And we are traditionally a repurposing company. So I'm making a statement which seemingly can go against us. But I think from my background is actually on developing climate technologies and addressing sustainability and so on over a 20+ year career. And so the statement that I'm making is, what is most important to understand is if we have built a technology, if it is addressing renewables, it is addressing sustainability and so on, maybe what is most important to understand is, or to build a technology is to take something to its true end of life within their first life itself. And maybe then you don't need repurposing. But the opposite side of the coin in this is that actually as the batteries age, they age at different rates. So there are extrinsic factors and intrinsic factors because of which they age differently. And batteries, a battery energy storage system is not just one age battery. It's a combination of individual batteries, right? A system will have a pack or a rack or modules and cells as you go deeper and deeper. Even so, in an electric vehicle, so when there are extrinsic factors such as, I might be driving very differently from, any other person. And so there are these extrinsic factors, there's different temperature conditions. So somebody might be driving in New York versus California and so on. Mountains versus plains and so on, more aggressive drivers, less aggressive drivers. So the batteries age at different rates. But those are only extrinsic factors. There are intrinsic factors because of which batteries will age at different rates. So even if you take a lab environment, if you take same manufacturer, same battery chemistry, same form factor, put them in a lab environment, run them under exactly same charge-discharge cycles, under exactly same temperature conditions and so on, still the battery cells are going to age differently. And on top of that, what happens is the more you age, the more the divergence takes place. So one battery cell might be as good as new, and the other battery cell sitting right next to it might have reached its true end of life. And so when we say that the batteries, when they're retiring from their first life, they have 80% state of health, the key to understand over there is that's the average state of health. Now, the problem with that is that if you have a bad apple spoiling the whole bunch and you're limited by the worst performing component, it is very important to find out actually which ones are the ones that are causing the problems. And that is where the repurposing steps come in as to identify which ones are the good ones and which ones have reached their true end of life. That is one way to solve or address the problem. The other ways are where if you can handle that diversity of different states of health right next to each other. And so our company, we started with the foundation that irrespective of whether you do the grading, you're still going to actually get this difference in states of health. And because the batteries age at different rates, even if you take a snapshot analysis of finding out which ones are the good ones, and you put the good ones back together, they're going to keep on aging at different rates, and you're only going to get a marginal increase in battery life. And with that, long story short, so the BMS technology that we built is to address that diverging state of health down to actually real-time performance. So the BMS that we built is based on the Edge AI device, is based on going down to the physics-based machine learning and AI, and going down to the modular level so that we can individually control each battery module rather than actually be limited by the worst performing component. So some of the things that I've already actually highlighted, plug and play and modular portion I mentioned, but plug and play, the things that are important to understand over there are that lithium-ion batteries are not, one single type. There are so many different types of lithium-ion batteries, and they're not all the same. An NMC or an NCA, nickel cobalt containing battery, will perform very differently, and you have to manage them very differently versus an LFP battery. So if you're developing a second life or a repurposing battery technology, what you need to have is a technology agnostic solution, because the technology is evolving very rapidly. The other things that are mentioned over there, longer lasting battery energy storage, I think it's obvious that we need to have a long life solution. Lower levelized cost of storage. So in that, what is important is that low cost is important, but long life is also important. And combining that together is where the levelized cost of storage comes in. The last piece is the scalability for various applications. And I think one of the comments that was mentioned earlier is the utilities are risk averse, right? Which is a very true statement. But as a startup, when you're building the technology and you have the big gorillas, the CATLs or the BYDs or the Teslas that are actually developing technologies with economies of scale at a very cost competitive prices, you need to find out actually niches where customers are ready to buy your technology while you don't have the economies of scale. So our solution was that actually we built a solution which is in the mid-tier. So if you talk about residential, C&I, and utility scale, we built a mid-tier solution, which is the commercial and industrial sector. There, the cost the customers are willing to pay is higher versus actually a utility scale. And also, they're actually less risk averse. So what I mean by that is that actually they're more willing to actually deploy a technology where they can, as long as it is safe to use, they can actually put that technology from a financial perspective. They can make the decision that yes, we are willing to actually put that into practice. Whereas utilities take a very long cycle in terms of putting new technologies. So our strategy is C&I going over the utility scale. So it has to be scalable for various applications. Next slide. I think the reason why I spent the most time on that slide is because actually, that highlights the technology benefits. But in terms of several milestones that we've achieved, we've already demonstrated 20 plus years of life with already 10-year-old batteries. And I'll repeat that, 10-year-old batteries already, taking that as a starting point as zero. We've demonstrated actually 20 plus years of life. That has gone through peer review, and we have published that in several peer-reviewed articles, along with actually patent applications that we've filed. And I'll show some of these results actually later on. In terms of proven market need for the commercial and industrial sector, so what we've done is there are all the different use cases that a typical battery energy storage system is used for. So what we've done is both behind of the meter as well as front of the meter applications. For the C&I sector, behind of the meter is very important. And so there, what we've shown use cases for is peak shaving, renewable integration, so along with solar, time of use, demand charge reduction, and so on. We have worked with actually customers that I think previously what was mentioned is actually hospitals. So the neighboring sector for that is actually we've deployed a solution for a pharmaceutical facility for backup power, so large like a UPS application. We've worked with customers that are solar developers that have deployed actually solar plus battery energy storage for their customers like Walmart's and Costco's of course. So we've worked with them. We've worked with actually a church site that was forward-looking in terms of working with a sustainable solution, and having a battery second life solution was something that was actually close to their heart. So we deployed actually battery energy storage systems for demand charge reduction, time of use, solar integration, and backup power. So all of those use cases come. Actually, that brings me to a point where I should also mention that actually in our technology, what we have developed is a BMS. Along with it, what we have also developed is an energy management solution itself, where all of these use cases that I mentioned, you have to, the BMS is internal looking for a battery energy storage system, and EMS is external looking. I think that's one way to put it. So what we have done is, previously what we saw is there is a mismatch between two systems talking to each other. And again, if I use an analogy, it's like a French person speaking to maybe a Spanish person. So the EMS and the BMS, these are two standalone technologies that were built together and patched together, so as to say. And these are like black boxes. So the EMS doesn't see what's significantly happening on the inside. They only see surface level information. So the technology that we've built is both internal looking as well as external looking. So it can optimize, and that is why I extend the life of the batteries for second life and for new batteries in a much more efficient manner. And lastly, I think the UN certification, so we can talk more about this later on as well. The R19548 that there are others such as 1973 and 1974. We are actually going through that, and so I don't want to jump in and announce something before it has happened, but we're very close to that. Next slide. Maybe I can actually skip through this, but myself and my co-founder, we have like 25 years of experience. I used to talk about my patents quite a bit earlier, but my co-founder, he has 200 patents, so my patents don't match to his standards. But we are venture capital funded. We are working with many well-renowned organizations such as Stanford and ARPA-E and DOE and many other large companies that you see over there. We have also worked with Catalyst, but that is CEC funded, where Third Derivative, Lacey, Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator, we are in the NVIDIA program as well. And so we've been fortunate to work with actually quite a diverse and large and small group of companies and organizations. I'll skip through this. So maybe this is something just more a highlight that we've published in peer reviews. We've been featured in Battery News, Microgrid Knowledge, Fortune as well. Next slide. In terms of our results, so we have several publications where we took these 10-year old batteries, and I'll show the data. And this data is actually, by the way, publicly available. As a startup, I think you always have to stay competitive, and you have to file patent applications and so on. So many times, actually, people shy away from putting the data out into the world, but we have actually data on the world. So there's gigabytes and gigabytes of data that come from our facility with respect to the years of life that we've demonstrated for other people to also learn and grow along with us as we also learn. Next slide, please. So this is actually one of the snapshots for our from our publication. One of the slides I think that was shared earlier was it showed the capacity versus number of cycles on the x-axis, and the x-axis was 1,000 to 1,500 cycles. Here, what you can see is the zero. By the way, so the x-axis where it starts from zero, the x-axis is the number of cycles, charge-discharge cycles. The zero is not a true zero. It already has 10-year-old batteries. So it already has thousands of cycles that these batteries have seen. What we are showing over here is that actually this is already more than a year old data. And this is 24/7, 365 operational data. The last cell is actually at 7,500 or 7,000 cycles. These are unheard of results. Nobody else has come close to that with respect to taking retired batteries and going to like a 10,000 cycle would be equivalent to actually 30 years. So a battery would see in a stationary battery energy storage system, typically you would see one cycle a day, 365 cycles in a year, typically. So 3,500 cycles over 10 years. So if you're approaching actually 10,000 cycles, that's like 30 years. The closest actually anybody came to this, so CATL actually came out with a huge news that was with new batteries, where they said actually they have developed a new technology where they can see 5-year life with 0% degradation. That is the point where I would actually ask everybody to look at actually the different curves. These are almost flat. There is up and down. Yes, definitely there is going up and down with respect to how the battery is seeing different conditions at that particular time of the day and the season and so on. But generally these are flat. So what that means is actually we are showing 7,000 plus cycles with almost no degradation. So that's another game-changing result. The last piece that I'll point out is that actually there are these, kind of like 10 different curves. And what that shows is that this is consistent with different states of health. So all of these cells have different state of health. What we mentioned earlier, or I think the bottleneck that people point out is that if you have different states of health, you need to find out actually which ones are good ones and only use them, because it will spoil the rest of the battery. What we are showing over here is that actually irrespective of what their state of health is, we are able to actually manage their performance and manage their degradation all at the same time. So it brings out the effect of diversity more clearly, that we are able to actually work with different states of health rather than be limited to just one state of health. The part that is not shown over here, but I'll mention it, is that actually this was published for one set of battery chemistry, but we've tested this internally with different battery chemistries. So we've done LMO, we've done NMC, NCA, and LFP. All of them actually show similar results. Next slide. Again, some more data. Again, these are all publicly available, so I include if you're interested, so I can share the full article as well as all the data that stands behind it. Next slide. This is actually from a battery energy storage system that we already deployed at a customer site. We've gone through actually factory acceptance tests, for megawatt hour applications. On the smaller side, we have 100 kilowatt hour system, and on the large side, a 1 megawatt hour system, which is a repeat block that can be used for larger applications as well. And again, maybe too much data, but what you can see is that overall, with just this factory acceptance test, the top curve is actually around 15,000 megawatt hours of energy that the charge and discharge that the systems went through. Different charge and discharge cycles is the second curve below that. And for different applications, there is a peak shaving application. So that is where you see that the peaks are cut off and so on. Different power levels that it sees, different C rates. C rate is basically different charge or discharge rates that it sees, how fast you charge or discharge, or how slow you charge or discharge, and so on. So we went through many different applications. And I think this was the last slide, if I not mistaken. Yes. So I don't know if I kept myself within time, but hopefully I did this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I do believe we will still have a few minutes for questions, but we are going to launch a poll while folks kind of gather their questions. I believe we have a slide up for folks in the room. You can either pull up the slide deck presentation, or I believe it might have a code that you can lift your smartphone up to, and for the folks online, you should be able to click into the slide deck to launch the poll. So we'll give a few seconds to get that up, and then we'll take questions.
There we go. So, yes, that's the link that people on Zoom should be able to, and we'll put that in the Zoom chat. For people in the room, if you go to the sli.do, if you go to that website and you type in this code, you should be able to access the poll. Go to sli.do or type in Slido poll in your browser. With that code.
And then the code is there for folks to enter the code.
We've heard so much about all the different barriers to the viability of repurposing EV battery storage, and this is a chance to sort of get a sense from everybody how we're understanding those.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. And we're across a couple different time zones, so thanks for those who are sticking with us. All right, are folks seeing the poll up? Participating perfect, I can't tell if we are any responses, but I'm expecting we are. Maybe a few more seconds. There we go. So just a little poll around the topics we heard from.
Yes, it was, so sorry.
2377.
37.
237's total, 2707. And just
Looks like folks in the room are taking a few more seconds.
Is it on?
yeah, these.
Yeah. Oh, okay, great.
Looks like we still have a few more folks that are adding responses. Looks like it's stalled at about 22, so I think that's a good number. I'm not sure how many folks we have online, but I believe it might still stay open for folks to finish adding their responses. So it looks like, I'm assuming this is a compilation of everyone's responses. So as far as the ranking of barriers, access to SOH data before purchase is coming in at high ranking, design for disability. Battery chemistry is up there, pretty equal to cost of safety certification. Great, this is helpful. Oh, we got some adjusting. A couple more folks out there. Okay, cool. Thanks, folks, for participating. You can continue to break those barriers as you have those up. And I believe we still have a few minutes for questions. We're a little over, but I think we can take a couple questions both from online and in person. So I see one here and we'll get a queue going. And then I'm not sure if we can do a queue online as well, but we'll start here.
Yeah, I would really love to know your opinion or understanding of like, what is the gold standard for fire safety with these battery storage and recycling facilities? My understanding currently is like the industry technology is moving way faster than the regulations. And so kind of like industry is just sort of making up what the gold standard is. And this is coming from a place where I was recently at a really enlightening permitting meeting around a new battery storage facility. And all of the residents were citing the Moss Landing fire and saying, we don't want that to happen here. You know, we share all the concerns about the toxicity issues. And industry was responding with, well, it's okay, we have the certifications, you know, we're doing our best, and look at all these studies from Moss Landing, from the county or from the state that's saying, actually, it's not, the effects weren't that bad. While I was hearing, you know, preliminary statements from San Jose State saying a totally opposite thing. So yeah, curious to hear about like where we are at with the standards and how we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think to the industry's talking point about that, I mean, I think they're right to the extent that the particular facility that caught on fire was not set to a containment standard. So the name of the game is about containment. That's why when you see the pictures of Redwood Materials, they have the battery piles all spaced out, I think, because it's all it's about, you know, making sure that if you have a fire that it does not spread. And so in that sense, I think the UL certifications make a big difference, I think. The NMC battery chemistry, I think, is also obviously part of that story too. There is a trade-off with LFP that I forgot to mention, which they're more likely to explode. So you're trading more likely for fire risk and things like that, suddenly having a battery that is more likely to have an explosion with it. So all to say is we're on a learning curve, and I'm not sure we've figured out all the ways batteries can catch on fire or how batteries can, you know, fires can spread and things like that. But at the very least, I feel like that UL standard is decent, I guess is where I'll call it.
I think yes, agreed. So maybe my comment is, I think to a very large extent, we have to look at actually first and second life batteries with the same lens. And with that said, I think if you need to go down to the reason or the technical reasons why the batteries can catch fire, I think at the end of the day, they fall into three categories, right? Thermal, mechanical, or electrical. If you heat up the batteries so much, they will reach a certain temperature. After a certain temperature, they will automatically, you know, ignite or, you know, continue to catch fire and go into a thermal runaway and so on, right? So there's a thermal event. So if you, even for external reason, you heat the batteries in some form, and then they will actually catch fire, right? So that's the thermal reason. There's a mechanical reason is if you puncture the batteries, right? You know, dropping doesn't work. There is a drop test action that you have to do for the UL certification and so on. But if you know, mechanically damage them in such a way, then they can actually catch fire, right? So there are mechanical reasons because of which the batteries can catch fire. And lastly is the electrical. And this is where the chemistry differences also play a bigger role. Is LFP batteries have a different threshold with respect to their voltage and current conditions and so on, and NMC batteries or NCA have different, and there's many variabilities within there as well. And so if these are the three categories that we look at, then I think it becomes simpler to understand that actually why first life and second life should be all looked at, you know, with the same lens. And with that said, what then next thing that becomes important is how do you stay within these three safe conditions within these three areas? You need to maintain the batteries in a temperature controlled environment so that they don't go into an overheated or atmosphere, so that they can actually get into an unsafe condition. You should have them mechanically safe so that they, you know, they don't get punctured or things like that and so on. And last but not the least, but rather actually the most important is you need to actually manage these batteries, and this is where the BMS or the pain becomes really important. Is you need to maintain them within their safe conditions. So, and those electrical conditions are, you know, voltage, temperature, current, and their charge and discharge rates. So the different C rates at which you can take them to their maximum. So, and with all of these, then what it boils down to then further is that you not only do it at a whole system level, but at an individual battery level also. Because if one battery cell catches fire, then, you know, there is more likelihood of others that are, you know, next to it will catch fire. And there are ways to avoid that also in terms of how you manufacture them and isolate them and so on, and these are the parts of the legal standards. But I think the long story short being is that I think what I'm trying to say is the second life or repurposing, if you keep these conditions in mind, then the first and the second there is almost no difference. You have to actually account for them no.
I'll add, one of the battery fires at Moss Landing was caused by the fire suppression system. It had nothing to do with the battery itself, it just valves were installed wrong and water got sprayed on batteries.
Okay, we have Emmett, and then I see another one in the room, and I see at least one or two online, so we'll make sure we grab one. But why don't you go ahead, Emmett?
Thanks. Yeah, so I found your the Apple analogy and the talking about the 80% as an average really helpful in my understanding, like identifying these bad apples and good apples, like an important step to using repurposing to its maximum potential, right? So I was wondering, are there things that could be required of the battery manufacturers to make that process of finding the good apples and bad apples easier for a variety of entities wanting to do repurposing?
Right, and so I think this is where this was highlighted, I think earlier when we mentioned that there is apprehension from battery manufacturers or to give their data onto actually, other companies that are doing the battery repurposing and so on. So from a policy standpoint, yes, I think there are things that can be done so that in a UL actually certification are supposed to actually have that information. And so one of the bottlenecks is if you don't have the right partnership, then you can almost you have to go through extra hurdles to find that information out, which can be expensive and eats your economical benefit away. And if this information is provided or shared by the OEMs, then it can become easier. There are times when actually they don't have the information themselves, right? Because again, it comes to the BMS side of it, where they might be looking at it from a full pack level, right? And we don't have the module or the cell level information themselves, and you have to go and find that out. There is a technological way to solve for this as well. So, one is to do the grading, where you take these batteries, charge them, discharge them, find out what battery and so on. Other companies have tried to do it through other methods such as EIS or ultrasound and things like that. So there are alternative and faster methods to select qualitatively actually that which ones are the good ones and which ones are not so good ones. But then for those solutions, then you have to be able to work with diverse set of batteries, and that is why actually we went along that route.
Thank you, and just elevating apologies, you're asking for folks to mention their name and organization before questions moving forward. So Emmett, I forget where you're from.
Climate and Community Institute, sorry.
Thank you, and we'll get this one. Let's take one question online. Looks like Jessica Dunn, who I believe is Union of Concerned Scientists. Can you talk about what contaminants there were for recycling after the fire and if they were sent to recycling?
I can't speak to that yet, but I have seen that as raised as a concern that the fires actually change the constituents that are being handled by the recyclers. So, but I'll stay tuned for that and follow up, Jessica. That is a great question.
Thank you. And then here.
Yes, Harry Goddesfeld of Occupational Knowledge International. My question was regarding your company Reliant. So I may have missed this in your presentation. Is your company remanufacturing batteries? If so, what's the source of the material you're using? Or are you just monitoring a battery that's something else?
So we take battery packs or modules or cells that are manufactured by the OEMs. We're not going inside the battery cell itself to remanufacture it or modify it. We take pre-manufactured batteries and repurpose them for second life. So what our technology is a distributed control architecture that manages these individual battery modules. So we're not going inside the battery, modifying it from that module perspective. But we're taking these modules and repurposing them from stationary battery.
So these are from the manufacturing process themselves. So it's not a used battery, it's a new battery from manufacturing.
No, these are used, so we work with both new and used batteries, and we can put these used batteries in those cases. We get it from different automotive OEMs or battery recyclers and so on. So all the different names, whether it be the software that is in Chinese and then
And how do you actually get them? Are you buying them from the market, or is this stuff that's being given to you? I'm confused on that.
Important question actually. And the industry, I think I would say is to some extent missing from that point of view. There is no fixed pricing per se. You can get the same battery at different prices from places. Our business model, how we built our company is with the understanding that actually there will be a cost associated with this. As in we would be purchasing these batteries, which we are actually right now. We have scenarios where we got batteries for free. We have a scenario where we purchasing batteries. But to maybe answer the question in a different way, that actually typically these are lower in price versus new batteries. Obviously, but we don't assume that these will be for free. Even if you actually work with the battery recycler, because from one perspective, and I'm not saying that is my perspective, but from one perspective, recycling and repurposing can be seen as competitors to each other as well. Because if, let's say, if I own the battery, I think, would argue that I sell it, so it's the highest price. If the recycler gives me the highest price, maybe I'll sell it to the highest price too. So I think that's where when we talk about from a sustainability perspective, that okay, repurpose public impacts comes before recycling. Yes, that's true, but then in business perspective also, it's more. So because of that, actually, our business model is that we built a technology and we assume that actually we would need to pay higher than actually what a recycler would typically pay. That is why you need to not only have sustainable benefit, but a business or economic benefit. Only then people will be selling to get the raw material, because they're not manufacturing.
Okay. I think, thank you. I'm looking at our post here, and assuming that we probably need to move on, or do we want to take a few more minutes?
I'd love to capture the questions, so if we can invite people to write them on the flip chart there, so that we can capture them, but I do think we need a break.
Okay. Yeah, so why don't, for the folks in the room, if you can capture questions on the flip chart, and then for the folks online, continue to put them on our sticky notes.
Yes.
I see we have a question for Dr. Singh directly. Maybe during break, we might be able to get that answered or get a follow-up to be able to answer some of the online questions, and during follow-up, we can do that. So I'll pass it back to Lee to facilitate our break and next steps, but thank you so much to Professor Mulvaney and Dr. Singh for your contributions to this session. Obviously, we need a lot more time to dive even deeper into this topic, which is an interesting one. So thanks for being here and helping us get that started.
Thank you so much. Let's take a 15-minute break and we'll pick up again at 11:45. Thank you. And we're a little bit behind. It might be that the Peter's presentation on policy solutions, we may bump it to after lunch. We can see, play that by ear, but we will try to break on time, about 12:30 to have lunch. So the The interactive discussion is that GAIA has selected about 4 position statements. Maybe we'll get through 3, maybe we'll get through 4. These are not necessarily GAIA's positions. They are more positions that we have heard, right? Just like Nick earlier, you were saying, this is what we're hearing. What do we think about this? How do we respond to it? And so we thought it would be good to put those questions to those of us in the room and online and see to the extent to which we agree or disagree with those. Or do we perhaps not have enough information to really be able to take a position on them? So this is an exercise. You can call it a spectrum line or voting with your feet. So those of us in the room, you'll see we've put up some papers. To the right of me, there's a paper that says strongly agree. And we're gonna draw an imaginary line down this end of the room from strongly agree. In the middle, there's a sign over here that says neutral. And at the far end, behind Peter, there's a sign that says strongly disagree. So this is the imaginary line. And so when we post the position statement on the screen, you're gonna think about it and you're gonna get up and position yourself along that spectrum from strongly agree to neutral to strongly disagree. And if you know what, you just don't have enough information to make a decision, then I invite you to go to the other side of the table next to the paper that says not enough information to make a decision. For those of you online, there is a whiteboard that Eli will share that has the same spectrum, except it's, you know, on screen, not in person. And where you can place your initials or a sticky note to indicate where along that spectrum you fall in terms of your agreement or not with the statement that is shown. And again, these are not all GAIA positions. They are ones that are out there. So now we can go ahead, Eli, and show the.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I know people here are very humble about the amount of information that they have, but I would encourage folks to take a position, even if you're not 100% confident in that. We won't be publicizing it. You know, so we don't all end up in the
And then once we're positioned, I will invite people to speak, at which point we might need to get a little closer to these delightful microphones to make sure that people on Zoom can hear us as well. But we can still position ourselves along this imaginary spectrum on this left side of the room. So yeah, Eli, go ahead and show, this is the first statement. So the typical waste hierarchy, reduce, reuse, recycle, does not apply to EV batteries. In this instance, all pathways are equal and interchangeable. The market decides which of them, reduce, reuse, or recycle, is the most appropriate. So we can all stand up. I'm the moderator. So I get to.
Everybody wants to do this.
I have a feeling if Neil hadn't said what he said, we'd all be.
Well, this is good. We have some provocateurs who are in the strongly agree. Okay, so I'm not sure if people on Zoom can see what's happening in the room, but we have a clustering of folks between neutral and strongly disagree, with 2 outliers on the strongly agree. And are you undecided?
No, I'm.
You're over, okay.
Strong.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. And we'll give people online to some more time to navigate your sticky notes over. So
What I'd like to do now is I'd like to invite a few people from different places where you are along this spectrum to share more about why it is that you're standing there. So we haven't yet heard from you, Ali. Do you think you could share with us your name, your organization, and why it is that you're standing there? And maybe, I think that part of the room is a bit of a dead zone for the microphone, so if you could just come for the purposes of talking. Yes, thank you so much. What is it?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Ali. I use she, her pronouns. I'm from Ceres. We're a nonprofit advocacy organization. I think in terms of this question, we are better off looking at maybe what has been the hierarchy before in order to kind of make progress on it. So with that being said, I'm definitely not like all the way strongly disagree, but I think that we can learn a lot from what has been done before, and there's no need to kind of reinvent the wheel completely.
Thank you. Yeah. And then maybe over here in the neutral space, could I invite somebody to, I don't know, Ivan or Alexia? What do you think? What made you choose neutral?
I might go that side either, but because I think, okay, typical waste hierarchy redistribution recycle. I was just thinking, okay, how to reduce EV batteries. We need EVs and batteries for other goals of ours, right? And then I could think that, okay, public transportation, remote work, that could help on that end. So it might work that way, not the typical reduce way, like less material efficiency or like that. But then reuse, energy storage is an option, but is there any other markets that could work like that? Because these batteries are, like we were saying, losing their capacity. It's different. And then recycle, we're not there to efficiently recycle it. We recycle these like the way we use other materials or like steel, aluminum, right? So that's why I was like, it could work, but we really need to work on it to create a different infrastructure specific for EVs. But there's a chance it's not gonna work because I know the recycling technologies, we don't have it yet. So I was gonna go there, but then I was like, but we still have time, I guess, like to develop those technologies and be innovative there, and then maybe create an infrastructure of true collection and through recycling facility where we can get those materials out as safe as possible. So that's why I'm in the neutral, because I have questions. I don't know how they will be handled right now, but there might be ways depending on how creative we are here.
So to repeat and summarize, I think what Ali was saying is we know the waste management hierarchy. It is, even in this new area of EV batteries, those same principles apply. And then here I'm hearing a hesitation about, is recycling as efficient as we would like it to be? And that's a key motivator that's placing it here. What about one of you on the strongly?
Yeah,
do you also like?
Yes. So as on today, right? I think there are two statements on this. The first one is forward-looking, in my view. What more aspirational? What do we want to see? The second statement, in my view, is where things stand today. And that's why I came this side, because I agree with where things are today is that the pathways are equal and interchangeable. And the market really is deciding based on who's buying and how much they're buying for about where these batteries end up going. Aside from that, not every battery is going to go down that waste hierarchy the same way. There are some batteries that are going to only go to recycling. There are some batteries that might be well suited for secondary. So that's where I think they're equal and interchangeable depending on where.
So one key thing I heard here is, well, this is how it is now, at least when it comes right to the second sentence, is that's exactly what's happening now. So in a way, yes, you know, we strongly agree with that is the current state of affairs. Surinder, did you want to add something?
So
Maybe.
yeah.
Close the mic.
I would say actually I'm more on that side, but I want to drive a conversation. And in terms of, you know, starting a point though, I think, you know, if you look at the stick or the carrot, right? There has to be a stick or a carrot, right? Otherwise, there is no other reason. So if there is a policy that says that it should be reduce, reuse, recycle in that format, then yes, okay, we should be doing that. And there are sustainability reasons and so on as to why we should follow that path. Yes, but the policy has to be there, right? Now, on the other side, the carrot, right? So if there is an economical reason to do it in this way, then yes, the market will drive it. It will automatically happen in that way. If it is not either of these, then it's a very hard to argue that why it should be, you know, along these you know, hierarchical ways that it should happen. Should, or in reality will it happen?
Yeah. Yes, I think there it's an important addition is really this question of if policy doesn't prescribe, right, then the market will absolutely dictate, right? And these other factors will. So could I invite maybe Laura, we haven't heard from you yet from online. Do you want to open your microphone and let us know why you've posted in the agree?
Yeah, sure. I do think, I mean, I think Samreen captured it well in the chat that some batteries will be suitable for reuse and some won't. But I do think it's important to have a hierarchy, but we do have to factor in battery chemistry when thinking about this as well. As well as state of health and all these other sort of factors that make this a more technical and technological decision.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you so much. So where did this position come from? This was copy pasted from an EPA webinar that happened last weekend. And this was one of the last week, just on Thursday or something. And it's from the suppliers industry partnership, some kind of generic supplier industry name. And this is exactly, and this is, the call to recycle and the suppliers industry partnership. They articulated this statement not just as a capturing of what the situation is today, but how they would like to maintain it. And so, I couldn't agree more with what Samreen and what Laura and what others here in the room have started to say. And I think where we're kind of getting to from this morning's conversations is when the waste hierarchy applies, which we as GAIA obviously believe it does, absolutely. What is that decision-making tree to be able to see, okay, based on this type of chemistry and this state of health information that we have, and this location where the battery is, how do we create transparency around that decision-making process to ensure that it is in fact enough considerations are taken into account so that this battery is, has the longest use of its materials in the best possible fashion for that destination. And I think the rub is really a lot of it about the transparency or non-transparency about how that decision-making happens. And also then we'll get to that in a different one. So that was a little bit why we chose this position statement and what it boils down to of what is it that we can propose in policy as a decision-making tree, what transparency mechanisms can we insert.
Can I clarify? So what is the statement? Like I'm unclear.
Yes.
What is
So-
the stand that we're taking with this?
Well, our job, the point of this exercise was to, hear different people's perspectives on this industry position. And I guess I tried to summarize it, maybe I didn't, that, you know, when we're in a policy situation, we come up against language written in the California bill of the waste hierarchy is to repurpose or recycle, right? And so they have chosen a flat hierarchy. And GAIA would like to say, no, it should be repurposed before recycle. And we would like, you know, proof that a certain assessment has occurred, right? Based on information that is made available before purchase, right? To be able to determine the next best life. And so the goal of this discussion was to highlight some of the industry, what we're up against when we're talking about proposing a policy standard that what are the different ways that a hierarchy could be imposed in or established, defined in policy. Maybe now we'll go to the thanks, Samreen. I'm just reading your comment. Your comment online. But so the big takeaway is that industry would like economic forces and their closed loops of where they have contracts in place to share the information or not to be the way to. But the concern is that really then, you know, do we have enough information to make that balance of analysis, balance of perspectives? That's not going to lead to a lot of evens. They're saying, oh, there's no way that, you know, these are such high value materials. The market will take care of it. What we're trying to say is that we're not convinced that the market will take care of it. Let's put some protections in policy now. So then maybe the next statement, and this is related to, you know, I think Heather started us off with a really great question this morning of, oh, these, you know, these old, you know, crappy batteries, why on earth, you know, what do we want to do with these? And then Surinder as well made, you know, a really great comment of, in an ideal world, you know, this first battery in its first life should be brought to, you know, its end of life. And so a lot of that really comes down to battery design, right? The design is a battery designed just for its first life, right? Maximizing production costs, right? And meeting consumer demand, or does it also have certain design elements for a second life? And so this is the next statement is a policy requiring battery design for second life is a fairy tale. Do you agree or disagree, or are you undecided or neutral about this? That a policy requiring battery design for second life is a fairy tale.
The need for the policy? Are you asking, like, is there a need for a policy?
No such policy today exists. Right.
Is it realistic?
Right. So is it realistic to think that such a policy could be proposed and accepted?
Okay, I'll trade you.
So here, let's, okay. Great. So maybe for this time, let's start with hearing from people on Zoom. We can start maybe from hearing from Samreen, why you've put your post-it somewhere around disagree, and then we'll turn to people in the room as well. Samreen.
Sure. Yeah, this one's definitely another interesting one. I like the way it's framed. So I don't think that it's impossible to have OEMs be required to design for second life. Just thinking about in the EU where we have the battery passport program, which is definitely a step towards collecting enough data for second life. But as far as the battery design process goes, if they're informed now and required now to make batteries disassemblable or have certain information available, I don't think it's impossible. There's already been other automotive companies that have thought about designing for second life ahead of time. Where because they weren't required to, it wasn't something that they prioritized, but they've definitely considered it in the design process. I think this is what would nudge them to be able to do that. So of course, I would anticipate pushback from automotive companies to be forced to do something, but at the same time, I don't think it's impossible for them to do. It's really just another engineering constraint that's brought in and considered for their applications.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so basically it's happening in the EU to a degree. It's not impossible here as well. What about now if we take somebody from the strongly disagree, somebody we haven't quite heard from yet. Emmett.
Yeah, I don't know, I think I would
And if you could come.
I think I would just somewhat echo what Simreen said, and I have much less personal knowledge and information and data about how the technical sort of requirements and opportunities, but my understanding from just the people that I am hearing from is that it is technically possible, and so it's something that we should do, and it's not going to be easy, but just like any policy fight, you know, people can win if there's enough organizing power that goes into it.
Great, thank you. Yeah. And maybe something else, you know, to put to you is the question of what was mentioned also earlier in the day of, you know, batteries that do contain high value cobalt and rice versus batteries that do not, right? And is maybe the imperative the same or different compared to different battery chemistries? Do we have somebody, Ray? You have to put yourself all the way over there. Okay.
But I think the priority still is to ensure the maximum use of battery on its first life. I think my hesitation for policy for second life is that we know the state of play that second life means transporting it in emerging economy. So I think if the policy will require that battery will be kept in the same economy, I think that's something that probably can be. But if the policy for second life means transporting the recyclables to other emerging countries where we know that it's already been used as a model for other electronics. So I don't think that it will be the same second life policy compared to other technologies that were ahead of EV battery.
Right, so I'm hearing a very strong concern of the need for safeguards against waste exports to places who might not be able to, who don't have the infrastructure to handle that waste. I think maybe the statement was misunderstood, or I hope I'm not misunderstanding your comment, but the idea here of a policy requiring battery design for second life is a little bit what Simreen was saying of, you know, having the disassembly be safer, you know, requiring certain design elements that allow for safer disassembly, that allow for greater access to state of health, which to my mind would then, even if a used EV battery is exported to another country with lower environmental regulations and less infrastructure, that would actually then cause less harm in that country than if a battery is designed in a way that is terribly challenging to disassemble. So, makes sense. We haven't heard here from somebody in the middle. Lexi.
I mean, I honestly think I probably fall more to where Sabrine's position is. I think if answering this statement felt a bit of a referendum on how successful we could be at policymaking in a really challenging environment. So that's why I'm feeling conflicted on this statement. But I think just generally, like, it makes sense from a business perspective in my mind, and I'd love to hear the other folks in the room, to design batteries in a way that can be repurposed or to be remanufactured, because then you're doing less work in the second instance. And aside from, I think, all of the environmental and the human rights concerns, you're at that point thinking about cost. And that's where we really have a big challenge. And for me, I think if I'm thinking about, really good design allows us to optimize cost as well. So that's why I place myself here.
Great. Yes, exactly, right. There's the pushback from OEMs that proposing these types of changes increases their costs. And so they are not inclined to do it and will oppose us strongly. This isn't supposed to be, we don't have enough clarity of what the policy is in order for this to be any kind of referendum on what we can do or what we can't do. This is more, pointing to now the clarity of, if we can be specific about which design elements that we can try to get into a standard, whether it's an EPR policy or in the EU, they do have the end of life vehicle directive, and they do have the batteries regulation that in particular the battery passport has some information. I think where there's a gray area is which exactly of those design specifications are ones that we can propose, right? And that will make the repurposing sector will contribute greatly to that. Because we have a long laundry list, right, of all of the different design specifications. How do we get down to the list of really, these are the core ones that would be most effective to have? Is it modularity? Is it the serviceability? So the great summary reading that automotive partners are asking how they can make the designs better for second life. So we'll maybe just do one more. And this is again touching on something that we talked a lot about this morning. And so this one is that industry is not doing enough for fair and equitable sharing on battery state of health data. So do you agree? Are you neutral? Do you disagree?
Industry meeting as a whole, or?
The industry meaning OEMs, the manufacturers of the batteries, because they today hold the information. They created the information. We've moved. Jessica, do you want to go first to talk about why you quickly put your post-it as close to strongly agree as you could? Please tell us why.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll comment on the last question and then this one as well. I do feel like there is the ability to create some policy that will help repurposing and reuse, but I also feel like it is kind of a dream for us to enact you know, all of the things that we would like to see. And that really is due to industry, OEM, automaker, I think, pushback for making the changes that would really further the repurposing industry. But I do think the one area that, you know, in policy, I know Emil and I and other people have been really strongly advocating for is this battery state of health sharing. And I think it's something that may be achievable in the you know, near future. And I think that automakers aren't doing enough yet, but some of them are. And some of them are curious about how to move forward. So I put it in the, you know, strongly agree category, really just with some OEMs that I talk to in mind, while also recognizing that, you know, some industry and automakers are actually working with partners, but they're just not making it accessible to everybody or supporting the policy development of that state of health sharing requirement.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, great. So highlighting there also the pushback from OEMs about certain, you know, proprietary confidential information. That this is a big crowd over a strongly agree. Can we ask maybe Vishant, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm over here because, well, it's everything what's already been shared with in terms as it relates to vehicle manufacturers, but I want to take that even further upstream. There's battery manufacturers, there's mining companies. I think I bucket all of them under industry, and having data sharing throughout would be helpful. Of course, here we've highlighted state of health, which starts only with the vehicle manufacturer onwards, but there's many additional components of data sharing that might be beneficial to know for repurposing companies and beyond. That's why.
So can I just ask, are you thinking like life cycle costs or impacts?
Yeah, I think that plays a part too. There's also, you know, elements we've talked about, you know, the environmental metrics around how the mineral was extracted. That these questions remain, and the modality, the channel for industry to share battery state of health can be expanded to include those other.
Sheila, we haven't heard from you.
Well, I kind of stayed in the middle here. And it's more probably just for semantics that I obviously think the industry needs to share the information, and I agree fully with Sean that needs to be throughout the life cycle. And I think there's the capacity to do that in terms of sharing information electronically, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think we've clearly been able to say what we think manufacturers need to be sharing. And I think that's really important in terms of asking them to share information. And so if we could kind of delineate what it is that absolutely is needed for sharing and kind of hold the line there so that we can get cooperation. I think that's important.
So being specific about which precise state of health data. Okay, I have a question for you all. The responses that OEMs have given to us when we asked for more state of health data to be made available is the nuance of, well, we might be able to do that when it's in the vehicle, but once it's been removed from the vehicle, then it would create an enormous amount of e-waste for us to continue making that data available. Does anybody here, I know I'm adding a new layer, but it hasn't come up yet this morning, and it's an important piece, Rachel.
I just think, to speak to that comment, it's about, I think it's important that it's about the battery management system, like the accessibility to that system and allowing, you know, ease of collection of that data from another party would help with that. I don't know if they need to necessarily be managing the battery from the entire lifespan, but maybe there's a way to just standardize the way that data is collected And then there's accessibility to that system so that not everything's proprietary and there's no way to hack it. Maybe it's giving access to that data.
Right, yes. Does anybody online have a response to that question? Okay, great. Looking at the time, we have 5 minutes, let's just do the last one. And then we're gonna break for lunch, and we'll pick it up with the policy solutions. So here, I think the big, so fire safety certifications are too expensive and onerous for a viable EV battery repurposing sector.
How much are they?
Because people actually know what these costs are.
So yes, we have a large grouping of people who are over by not enough information. We have 2 outliers by strongly you're. So Surinder, I think you're closest to the costs. And you have parked yourself over by strongly agree or agree, yeah.
So from a cost standpoint, it should be zero, right? I mean, as a startup, so, but semi-jokingly saying that, it's a cost to us, so it should be as minimal as possible. But I think I'm standing somewhere between neutral and agree. I think maybe the comment more is not related to the cost, but actually standardization. I think it is so new that even the UL labs don't know actually what needs to be done, and they are learning actually on the fly. And many times there are portions where they're not right, but to go through that process is very hard, time consuming. As a startup, we need to do a lot more things than just that, and so I think I think it can be more efficient and better than what it is, and the cost will come down.
Yeah.
Are you able to give us any kind of rough estimate of what costs are for recurring costs?
So I mean, depending on how deep and what are all the different UL certifications that you're getting, it can easily go into several $100,000 to millions.
And echoing, from other. Agreeing what you're saying echoes what we've heard from other repurposing companies as well, that this is a major blockage for a startup. Then.
So Lynn actually made a comment there, so she's saying $1 million.
$1 million. Yeah. Sheila or Sarah, just one of you want to say?
It's just sort of my belief, if you're gonna be an entrepreneur in a sector that has really significant human, environmental, health and safety issues, that you have to be prepared to do all of the due diligence to make sure communities are protected. And I recognize that $1 million is a lot of money for a startup, and that is a huge barrier. But I think we remedy that by having good policy to drive clean energy innovation and to give things like incentives for companies that are in their startup phase to be able to go through these processes without a new burden, because there are already other companies that are in a more mature stage, and this is really not a factor. We need certifications and we need better standardized certifications.
Sheila, do you have something to add?
No, I totally agree with Sarah and what Surinder said. In addition, I think that the buyers, in addition to that, we should be working to drive down the cost for certifications, and that we need standards, that OEMs need to reduce the risk of fire. So it's we can't just depend on the repurposer or the recycler or whoever else is handling it to absorb all that liability during the fire.
Great. Thank you all for bearing with me in this exercise. The goal was really to highlight the different range of perspectives, right? And places. I think this is a balancing act, right? Of how do we find enough places where we are hearing the different perspectives in the room, of then when this afternoon we come together in small groups to be able to get into more of the detail and nitty-gritty. When we propose battery design standards, and we have that long list of all the things that we would like to change, can we prioritize a few of those? When it comes to battery state of health data, and we see what's happening in the EU, is that something that it would be accepted in the US, or is there strong opposition to that? What are the levers that we can use to get around that? What is the key state of health data, and what is that data sharing platform? So this is really intended to increase everybody's awareness and consciousness of the different sides to these many points as we dive into them this afternoon. Any more questions?
One comment.
Yes.
Yes, just, on the comment of safety certifications being important, I definitely agree that it is important to have in place. The problem that we see today is that a lot of these energy storage certifications were not designed considering second life batteries or batteries that have already gone through automotive testing. So that's one issue. The second is that though these regulations are adopted by public regulatory bodies, they are written by private organizations who then charge the end user for regulations that they have written. So imagine a UL writes the certification and then is a nationally recognized test lab that is passing on these costs to startups or companies like us who have to pay whatever these outrageous prices are. So part of that problem is that they are, not audited by public organizations to make sure these prices are consistent and affordable. Instead, they are stacked up, and there's a lot of overlap between regulations as well, which require retesting, and that's why you end up at that $1 million cost. So, just something to think about if there's a way for us to really step in and find a way to manage that, like from a public perspective, that would be really important since we abide by those standards as well.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Sabrine. Great. So with that, we will break on time for lunch. We have 1 hour for lunch. It's been set up outside here. And then there is a space behind the plant barrier with tables and chairs where you can sit and have lunch. So we will resume on time at 1:30. Thank you so much. For this next section, so we'll start with presentation by Sheila on GAIA's, on really setting out more of the environmental justice specific questions and agenda on EV battery repurposing. And then we will have Peter present on the policy solutions on second life batteries. And that is what's in the at the end of the memo that they prepared. And once we've had those presentations, we will go into the small groups. We're going to skip the Q&A because that is the essence of the small groups. And we invite you to bring your questions and observations there.
So with that, I think I'd like to invite you, Sheila, if you're ready, to present. Thank you.
Right, so I'm gonna talk about GAIA's perspective in terms of our hopes for developing a battery industry based on waste hierarchy and on sustainable systems, but of course, we're a ground up or grassroots organization. So we look at it from a EJ or environmental justice perspective. And so I was going to just talk really briefly about what is EJ, and then how does it relate to repurposing and repurposing standards. And the goals for what a waste hierarchy looks like, and then what does it mean to actually use a EJ lens in actually making decisions and approaching the issues. And I was just wondering, I know we had really nice like polling that we did earlier, but how many people actually are familiar with environmental justice and environmental justice principles? I don't know about online, but maybe if they can, so that I'm not being too redundant or in terms of, okay. I think it's just, I'll just give a real brief hit on what environmental justice is. Of course, environmental justice movement started back in the 1970s and 80s when research was done by communities and academics that realized that, especially in African-American communities, there's a disproportionate number of waste facilities, hazardous waste facilities, as well as polluting industries. And this wasn't by happenstance, that it was the issue of these communities being disproportionately impacted because of historical reasons and because of discrimination. And so it's really kind of around it's termed environmental racism. And it was based on issues historically, like redlining, where people could move, as well as where it was cheapest and for companies to actually dump their materials. And so a whole movement started because not only did people realize that that of course this type of disproportionate impacts were happening not only in the US but globally, and just like waste was being dumped in poor communities or racial communities here in the US, the same thing was happening globally, particularly in the global South. There's the issue of our waste being dumped into the global South, whether it's in Africa, Asia, or Latin America. It's a big issue, it's very problematic. And so, of course, the 17 environmental justice principles were developed back in 1991 as groups came together to address the issue. And you can look online if you're not familiar with them, and they are pretty broad. And then they address indigenous communities as well as rights, etc. It's very important, but we're really only going to focus on 3 of them today. Looking at recognizing that disproportionate impacts on low-income communities and marginal communities happen. That even as we develop the standards and talk about standards today, they're experienced with, and we're thinking about the US primarily, they're experienced differently in different regions. So here we might hear, oh, the market will take care of recycling. We have recycling facilities and it's very valuable. But that waste, that used battery, is experienced differently when it's exported in a car into another region that doesn't have any recycling capacity. And so whatever kind of standards we set up or whatever assumptions we made here about recycling don't apply in these other regions. And so just understanding that if there's going to be a negative impact in another region, and if there's a tradition or a trend or pattern of this happening with other sectors, whether it's plastics or textiles, and most likely, or electronics, we'll see it in batteries too. And so we need to take that into consideration. The other issue is just making sure that we're involving folks in meaningful discussions, not just sitting here in an isolated group looking at who's missing in the room, and we're having these discussions about standards that are really going to have a global impact, but we really need to make sure that we consider like making sure that other folks actually have a voice in the standards that we develop today so that they do apply to other regions equitably, and that people get equal treatment in terms of enforcement of these laws. So we don't have a set of standards here and a set of standards that we believe are enforced in other countries, but they're not. And then, of course, the last one that we'll really focus on today, of course, or that's of concern, is just making sure that workers are protected. That too many times, if you're looking again at recycling and repurposing, and just to kind of be clear on how recycling and repurposing happens, and Carrie spoke about it earlier, as well as Ray, that materials from the US that cannot be recycled here, it's a waste trade, it goes to another country. And no matter what kind of standards we set around worker health and safety issues or making assumptions about recyclability, that they could be thrown out the room, thrown out when they get to another region. And so an example is that people here, the labor cost might be too high and it's not considered cost effective to do some sort of recycling. But if the battery ends up overseas someplace in another economy, the labor might be cheap and the batteries might be plentiful, and people will risk their lives in order to actually recycle those products. And meaning with very crude tools or whatever they can do to recover the value. And so we want to make sure that people aren't risking their life or their health just to make sure they have a job or that they can feed themselves. And that's what we've seen with other materials, whether again, it's electronics, you've probably seen those kind of pictures, or people are smashing computers and hammers trying to recover the materials, the value materials, or plastics. We recycle our plastics and out of sight, out of mind, and it ends up in some other country. And we see again these big plastic swirls, whether it's in the middle of the ocean or in other countries, these big container ships of our waste being just literally dumped in open fields in other countries. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And so those are, when we think about standards, again, those are the kind of issues that we need to think about how in different cultures, different societies, different economies, these standards actually are applied. So if you go to the next screen, So why is it important for repurposing in terms of, or how we think about repurposing and how will the standards impact communities, not only in the US, and I'm talking about low income and disadvantaged communities here, because people here, if you're low income, you're gonna more likely to buy a used car, a used EV. And that was even taken into consideration with the California Air Resource Board. They recognize that if they want to expand the market for EVs in the secondary market, that they actually had to set some standards for to ensure that the battery is guaranteed. And that's why they actually set up a labeling system to support that market. And so that's why standards are important. If you're lower income, you're more likely to buy a used EV or a used appliance or something of that sort. And we want to make sure that those communities are supported in quality goods. Also that, of course, globally and locally, that repair shops, you think about a just transition. If you don't have, if you have repair shops that are now in low-income communities or in communities of color, et cetera, that are repairing internal combustion cars, if they're not, if there's not the adequate training and the adequate resources to transition to EVs and repairing EVs, then that whole market is lost, that whole service system is lost, and those jobs are lost. And so, of course, that there is, again, a predominant number of people that have lower or don't have college educations that work in these fields. And so we want to consider that. As well as the fact that there's just repair cultures in other countries as well. So if these materials are being shipped overseas, there's a culture of the repair, and I say that people actually have skills to repair products that we would throw away here. If you go into a market, I've done this in several different countries, like in Malawi or Kenya, there's marketplaces where, open markets, and there's always a repair stand, it feels like they're repairing phones, or they're repairing computers, or things that you wouldn't necessarily repair here. There's a market for those repair things. And so that's another area. So we have to assume the same thing will happen with batteries. As well as self-employment. There's all kind of micro enterprises that happen around let's say even lead acid batteries, you know. Again, if you have a lead acid battery or a array of them, maybe 3 or 4, you might set up shop and allow and charge people to charge their phones, you know. And so that's how those energy storage systems are being used now, and it's supporting micro enterprise. If you have EV batteries and the EV batteries are dominating the market, how is that going to change those micro enterprises, as well as looking at worker health and safety issues, which I mentioned, as well as waste and exports, and how if those batteries are allowed even to be exported into vehicles, how are they going to be handled in the global south, especially in the climate, even if they're often exported under the auspices of the fact that they can be repaired or reused, and that's not frequently the case. So the next slide. Just looking again at the waste hierarchy, how do you make sure that there's an inclusive waste hierarchy, and that there's an infrastructure that's built, that we're actually looking at safety issues, quality issues, reliability, and as well as interoperability and compatibility. And when we think about infrastructure, we're thinking about information infrastructure sharing or information sharing in the infrastructure, legal infrastructure issues, are there laws? There's also issues around financial infrastructures. Can you get a loan for these type of activities, as well as just the actual physical transportation infrastructure. So all of that makes up the infrastructure and for a waste hierarchy. And just like if you have a bridge, like if you're going to build a bridge and you don't have any kind of standards or investments or anything else in this bridge, people are just building bridges. Do you really want to use that bridge? You know, are you going to cross that bridge? So people aren't going to cross the bridge to go into repurposing if there's not a solid infrastructure. And then lastly, just looking at how a lens for environmental health and justice issues. You go to the next slide. Using the EJ lens, just asking to make sure that we're addressing the issues that are that of people that might be adversely affected, like who's missing in the room, how are these standards going to be experienced differently, as I mentioned, how is the experience, are the standards that we're going to suggest, how will they be experienced in the supply chain, up the supply chain, and downstream of the supply chain. How does energy poverty impact repurposing practices? If you have intermittent energy or no energy, if you see a battery comes into your community, the EV battery, you might look at it in terms of the value might be different than somebody that is just trying to discard that battery. It's still a resource. So how are we making sure that we're addressing people that don't have any energy at all in terms of battery storage? And then the last side, I would just say, making sure that people aren't disenfranchised, and they're not disenfranchised by language. Their batteries are labeled and they're not labeled significantly in different languages, or if you don't have access, if you want to get into this industry and you don't have access to credit, you don't have access to other resources, capital that you need in order to start up a business, then you're immediately become disenfranchised. So think about from other people's perspectives, if the people aren't in the room, what are the social, environmental, health, and justice concerns that we might address? So that's it short, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to think about these issues as we move forward in our discussions. Thanks. That's just kind of an example of our concerns about making sure it's next. Lee.
Thank you. We can turn now to Peter.
Great, so this is again largely based on what was discussed in the memo. And I would say it's also largely US focused, although I think many of these elements do apply to global policies as well, or in other countries. But I'm just gonna give kind of a high level overview of some potential policy options. I think this is really just to tee up the rest of the discussion today and ask a lot of questions of, what do we know that we want and what do we not know that we want? What are the outstanding questions, but also what are our options? So you can next, you can actually do 2 slides. So just an overview of the kind of the policy options that I laid out in the memo, and that I think we've already discussed a lot of these today so far. Are extended producer responsibility, battery passport, standardization, which I think there's a lot of standardization for a lot of different elements that's possible, but specifically looking at safety and other certifications as well as health measurement, standards for battery design, making sure that they're will be more easily repurposed, modifying the hazardous waste classification that currently exists for EV batteries, and then various other potential policies that improve the logistics of the system. Next slide. But yeah, so I don't know if how much folks are familiar with extended producer responsibility, but in the very broadest sense, it extends the responsibility and cost for end-of-life management to the OEM, to the original manufacturer. It can take a lot of different forms, but it generally clears up issues around ownership and chain of custody, and then also ideally would improve the design and social environmental performance of the battery, i.e. Concerns around end-of-life management would be built into the EPR and affect the original manufacturing of these products. 2 notable examples in the EV battery space are the EU's battery regulation, which also includes a battery passport as part of it that I'll talk about a little later. And there's a lot of different elements. You can see the timeline for their regulation on the right, and how things are going to be phased in. And one notable thing is that they do set recycling recovery rates and standards. I'll get a little bit more into the battery passport, but it's a good example to look at, but there are still plenty of ways that it can be improved. Certainly. And then in the US, one notable example is the New Jersey recently passed Electric and Hybrid Vehicle Management Act. It's a fairly basic EPR for EV batteries as well as hybrid batteries. It importantly includes a landfill ban, which is notable, and then requires OEMs to submit waste management plans, although there aren't requirements around actual management. It's supposedly just from the planning stage, but you can go to the next slide. And so with EPR, there's a number of benefits and risks to it. I use risks kind of in a broad sense. And then there's a number of key considerations that I think this will largely be what we focus on in the next section. But clearly the benefits around facilitating a market for end-of-life batteries, with these requirements that are added, that allows for there to be for a market where these batteries are considered. And then obviously it creates incentives for OEMs to proactively think about, or can incentivize OEMs to proactively think about battery recycling. The risks generally are just, or at least what would be reported as the risks, are potential increases in the battery costs that can come from any new regulations, as well as potentially disrupting existing operations for salvage or other companies. I think these are more risks to be thinking about from a sense of who or what would be the opposition to things. Then I won't go through all the key considerations, but there's a lot, as with many of these policies, the devil really is in the details of how these policies would actually be set up and the mechanisms. Next slide. And then another major policy that potentially could be part of, likely would be part of an EPR, but doesn't necessarily have to be, would be a battery passport. This is a general term used for data sharing around information on the battery, either generally accessed through a unique ID or potentially a QR code. And a key consideration for this is whether or not state of health data is included. Obviously, for repurposing purposes, the more state of health data that would be included in a battery passport, the better. You can see on the right just an example of the EU battery passport, which might be one of the more notable examples, and a number of different elements that are included in that passport requirement. which includes elements that are just important in general around transparency, that are maybe not as specific to repurposing, but still good to have. And then there's also a version of a battery passport as part of ACC2 in California and states that adopt it, which includes less information than the EU battery passport, but information around manufacturing, as well as some considerations of state of health, but that is largely only when it is in and may not be fully wide enough to be used for repurposing. So, next slide. And then again, some of the benefits and the risks. Benefits and risks are largely, again, associated with what actually gets included in the battery passport. So of course, if there is state of health data in there, that can, as we've discussed, a fair bit today, facilitates faster sorting and grouping, allows for better repurposing. Battery passports are also good for battery tracking and transparency and dealing with a lot of related issues around the impact on the communities. And it's sort of a foundational element to any end-of-life considerations because, not having the data is kind of fundamental, or having the data is fundamental. And then some of the risks, again, we've discussed is a lot of it is around data sharing from the OEM's perspective. They're very reticent to share some pieces of information more than others. There is some obviously upfront investment to put together a system. And then there's also risks that the data may not be standardized. So OEMs may be required to submit this data, but they may be able to decide how the data is defined. They may be able to limit who gets access to it. So again, like the EPR, it's all in the details of the actual case. Next slide. And then some various standards that are potentially options that for policy solutions that can enable repurposing. We've obviously discussed there's UL standards, both 1974 as well as others, for safety and SOH measurement. You can see some of the discussion questions that we will be discussing in the next section around how is it defined, how is it standardized, who is updating it, how is it integrated with the policies, how do we ensure that it's not tampered with, that's also an important element. And then of course, battery design standards are also critical. They allow repurposing to be more easily done, but how are these standards developed? Who is developing, how are they enforced? What level of design of the battery is being standardized? Are things like toxic substances being standardized or by standardized essentially not included? And again, there's a lot of open questions for a lot of this. Next slide. And then the last is there's a number of policies around kind of logistics as well as the hazardous waste classification, reclassifying EV batteries into their own classification, which has been proposed by the EPA, would potentially help with the transportation costs and complexities that come with handling hazardous materials, and it would help facilitate the markets for repurposing. And then there's also opportunities for government coordination programs. In general, this is an underdeveloped market, and there are still issues around dispersed EVs and end-of-life batteries, but concentrated dismantling centers and repurposing centers, and being able to ensure that chain of custody and that they can be easily transported is also key. So there's some opportunities there as well. Yes, that's.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Sheila. This is now the part where we get to dive into the details. The original thinking was that we would have in-person breakout groups. We have 5 topics prepared with specific questions, and that there would be a separate group online. And we have 5 people in the room who are designated as small group facilitators. But when we count how many participants are left after the 5 facilitators, we have 6. And a small group of 1 is very small. So that is where we're thinking, we have options. We could, and we have another 6 to 7 people online who are very knowledgeable. And we have a Zoom whiteboard prepared, with the same questions that we have on the wall here. So one option is we carry on together. We're small enough online and in person. But it would require then that the people who are here, if you brought your laptop, to be able to log in to put your sticky note on the shared online. That's one option. Another option is that we do have some small group breakouts, maybe on just a few of the topics here in person, and then bring those in to online. But yes, invite suggestions or thoughts of how do we structure this. So the goal is, so the topics, maybe we can show the slides, right, of what it is that we would be doing, because regardless of how we separate ourselves or stay together, we can at least share what it is that that we would be doing. Thank you so much. So as you see, there's 5 boards here, stations, 5 stations. The first station is access to battery data. Then there is, to the right, I saw economic barriers, battery design, then we have fire safety, and the 5th one is EPR. And for each of these stations, you'll see this beautiful color coding. Thank you, Eli. Much better than what we did in the room. So in the top left corner, that's where we have discussion questions. And these are questions that have been copy pasted from the ACEEE memo, fleshing out a little bit further on that specific topic of access to battery data. Then we have in blue the policy provisions, where we basically ask for specific content that could be proposed in policy. And then in yellow, you'll see the obstacles and levers. What might be some of the obstacles to those policy provisions, and what are some of the levers? And to the extent that we're aware of specific obstacles, we've provided those in each of the boards in yellow. And then the green one is to capture next steps of what is it that, have we identified particular knowledge or information gaps, right? Of what we need, more questions that we need answered, a case study to be developed, other kinds of initiatives. So it's a parking lot for if we identify to which next steps or other things that we need. But the real heart of this is, of course, what's in blue, right? The policy avenues and provisions, which inform then the obstacles and levers. And the discussion questions is to flesh out what perhaps this morning and now we haven't been able to quite understand well enough yet. So that is the framework with which we are proposing to dive into the details. And so with the with the post-its, the idea is for people to write the answers to specific to the questions listed on the left. And then each small group facilitator would have, right, as people are posting their stickies, would have encouraged, to the extent that people are coalescing around one demand, be able to highlight that and circle it. If people are presenting competing demands, trying to reconcile those. If people have listed a particular, policy provision demand that perhaps there is great opposition that could be anticipated, to tease that out and to be able to, facilitate the discussion as people are contributing the ideas to it. But the idea is to let people reflect on the questions and then add their thoughts on each board and then use a discussion, per color or overall across, colors and sections to the extent that they're linked. Yes,
I have a process.
Thank you.
Which is, given the number of people in the room who want to have critical mass for a nice conversation, maybe we form 3 groups and then we go one this time. So You can spend 15 minutes or something, 20 minutes in the station, and then we will go on to the next station.
Yeah, we had proposed the World Cafe, but it was too big with 5 stations, so maybe we just limit it to 3 stations, yes. So then the online group stays and does their work. And then and the choice of stations, you know, given the importance of battery data, we can do that one. And then we have, I would say, battery data EPR, and then we choose between economic barriers or design. What do you think, Sheila?
Yes.
Yes.
I did. If we are rotating, it's still potentially get all of them, just not multiple groups.
Yeah. So should we count off into, we would have 3 small groups? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, all right, so we'll count off 1, 2, 3, and that way we will have, but we need 3 facilitators too. Nick, you've got EPR, you've got battery data, and then Sheila's got, so you 3 don't count on. So, okay, so Danae, you're 1, Sarah, you're 2, Peter, you're 3, yes, sorry, okay, 1, 2, 3. 2, sorry. 1, 2. Yes, you're a facilitator.
So
I think you were, what were you?
1, 2.
We're going to the lunch area.
All right.
You can go, I think you can.
Hi, everybody. So we're gonna facilitate a discussion in here for everyone online. Let's see, I can see who we have. Hello, I'm glad, thank you for staying. I'm looking forward to this. You know, we have some really good questions here and in-depth questions, so thank you for those that are sticking around. I think we'll start with, start with the battery data questions, and then we'll go to EPR. We'll see how we're doing with time. And the way that these are framed, Lean said, you have a couple questions up top. We'll start with, is it the green one first? Oh, I have different slides. than you.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
sorry.
okay. Did it change?
Yeah, I moved over to Zoom.
Okay. Okay,
It's the same questions.
but they're different colors.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. Okay. Okay, so we're starting with our discussion questions. And the way that we'll do this is if you all could, I'll kind of read aloud. You can start filling in this specific quadrant in terms of your notes, and then we'll kind of chat through them a little bit. I think let's see, let's plan to spend maybe 15 minutes. This one is gonna be the meatiest one, I think, or one of the meatier ones. So we'll start with like trying to keep it to 15 minutes for these, but there's a lot to cover. So, okay, the first discussion questions is basically what information needs to be available, and what are leading initiatives in this space around battery data and reporting. You know, it's a Post-it note. You probably couldn't answer these questions with just a Post-it note, but if there's anything that you want to start, you know, populating here, thank you for writing your names as you start to answer this. And let's chat through some of these answers as well.
Hi, this is Emil Nussbaum. I apologize. Who's speaking again? Who's facilitating?
Oh, sorry. Hi, this is Rachel Aylen from ACEEE.
Hey, Rachel, how you doing?
Hey, doing well.
Good.
Do you want to just talk through your answer before you do your Post-it?
Oh yeah, sure. I didn't know whether we were going to write them out or whether we were going to.
Yeah, it's a smaller group, so let's just go for it.
First, it's also good to see so many familiar faces. So Jessica, it's good to see you. Laura, it's good to see you. And you know, this has been a really interesting day so far. So actually, I just got off a call with one of the OEs, and we were discussing many of these similar topics that we've had here. But in terms of answer 1, and I need to take a look at the memo, so be forewarned, but it really depends in terms of before purchase. So it's going to depend on the entity. In many cases, you'll be purchasing the battery that's part of the vehicle. So I'll speak from the auto dismantling industry and also the vehicle rebuilding industry, and that's going to also then spill over into the used car dealers. Just a generalized battery state of health statement on that vehicle based upon data coming from the vehicle would add an incredibly important and beneficial amount of transparency for the vehicle to help facilitate the flow of those vehicles and also ultimately the collection and recovery of those batteries. So, I mean, even just, a rough statement in terms of a percentage of state of health based on the CARB ACC2 reading and requirements would be beneficial. That would be ideal. And then the second one I think is a little more interesting of a question on what are the leading industry initiatives. We have a couple examples. ARA has a battery registry program that's going to make its way into the SAE traceability framework in the appendix, where we have our certified high voltage vehicle dismantlers are given access to a registry to help pair them with different battery testing companies, such as I know Smartville, Scott Packard was on the call earlier today, along with Rejoule, and then also are getting data from one of the OEs that's providing the last known state of health data on the thing. And so we're actually compiling that in one platform. So that's kind of my answer to both of those. But I'd be curious what other people think.
Thanks for that. It'd be great if you could kind of write a quick summary on the post if you don't mind, but that was great. So I think if there's any additional thoughts on, what information should be available or any initiatives people want to call out, it'd be great to hear from anyone else on the line.
Thanks, Emil, for that. I 100% agree. And I think you pointed towards an important factor that you and I have talked about of like at what point who needs this information and what the information is and the purpose for or the use of that. So I think what you talked to was the dismantlers and needing to know what that state of health is so that they know the value of the battery, and the repurposers can also make an informed purchasing decision. And that's all good, before the purchase and shipment of a used EV battery. But I'm thinking maybe a little bit beyond that, and maybe beyond this question of what the actual repurposers will probably need to know. And that, has to do with kind of the history of the EV battery, and if there were faults or overcharging, anything that would lead to the battery being unsafe for repurposing. So maybe that's a little beyond this question, but I think
I don't think it is. Basically, it's any kind of indicators beyond just state of health where there's incidents, essentially is what I'm hearing that you're saying. So any incident, like an incident report kind of.
Yeah, exactly. And as well, it seems like dismantlers would probably want that information too, because it would be another indicator of how much is this value, is the battery really worth. But I think it's really just important also for those repurposers. And what I've heard from the repurposers is that getting those batteries insured is difficult, right? And having that historical information is very helpful.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Laura?
Yeah, so maybe this is also a question for Emil and Jess, because just sort of a technical question. Like my understanding is that a state of health would provide just kind of a temporary snapshot of battery health, which is super important. That would, like Emil said, add already a huge level of transparency. But to better understand like the battery's history, I mean, what kind of additional access to the battery management system would enable the kind of visibility that Jessica is talking about, like the visibility into overcharging or like other incidents? Is that just like full disclosure of BMS data, or how could that be facilitated?
You wanna go, Emil, or do you want me to? You're muted.
I'll take a swing at it, but Jessica, I'm curious to know what your opinion is as well. Obviously, like Jessica said, getting more information such as the overall kind of performance data on the battery as a repurposer would be extremely useful in terms of reducing costs associated with insurance, but also ensuring that you have the best possible second life candidates going into your unit is going to be important. I know that obviously you raise questions with the OEs and probably would have to be done on a contractual basis with the OEs, as opposed to kind of some of that more generalized data, which you could argue is probably more of a public necessity, especially towards even vehicle owners looking at older vehicles with batteries as well. But on the repurposer side, obviously that information is going to be relevant. And, you know, Laura, you mentioned one thing that was really interesting in terms of a state of health reading. It's only a snapshot in time of that battery under very specific circumstances. Now, when you kind of compare that with potential damaged batteries, right? Not damaged batteries, but batteries that may have undergone a damage event in a vehicle, in terms of that second initiative with that battery registry program that we're working with, is that with the OE, they're providing that information on a basic level prior to the collision event, based on either their telematics system or it's a equation done via algorithm in terms of what they believe the remaining state of health is. But that also benefits a repurposer downstream, and also even a dismantler or anyone potentially seeking to reuse the battery, because you then have that as a baseline to compare to your third-party test of the battery unit or its modules as well.
I'm just gonna interject here. In the memo, we do have a working list of what information might be useful, which is labeling information, dismantling information. I can't put the link to the memo into the Zoom because I don't have access to the Zoom, but maybe we could add it there. But and composition, state of health. In terms of the state of health, we've, you know, in the memo identified it as performance, remaining capacity, history of accidents and other malfunctions, and history of extreme temperatures. I'm not sure if there's anything additional there that's missing, but I would say for the sake of time, maybe let's move on to the next on the policy avenues and provisions. Is that the next one we go to?
Yeah.
Okay. Unless, is there anything else anyone wants to add on that first quadrant that we didn't get to? Any reactions to what Emil just shared?
I might just say one thing real quick is that it sounds like there's different ideas out there of how to access this data that I think probably needs some greater collaboration with OEMs. Specifically, you know, are we accessing this data in the cloud because they have, you know, all this information kind of uploaded, or are we accessing this information through kind of like a you know, a plugin system or something like that with the battery? Because I feel like sometimes we jump to these conclusions without recognizing other barriers in the design of the batteries in the cars.
That's an interesting question. I feel like that was tied to one point we made earlier, which is like the battery data, is that still being run by the manufacturer or not? Like, and the question that you just asked, Jessica, I think points to that. Like, is it about, okay, the battery's being handed over and here's how, as a repurposer, you can see its history? And then, you know, does that really need to still be managed in an ongoing way by the manufacturer or not? If it is a point in time, then couldn't it just be a readout as opposed to ongoing access to the cloud, for example? Anyone else have thoughts to Jessica's point there? maybe that's part of the EPR conversation. It's like, does the EPR extend to the data side of the battery? I don't know. That seems tricky.
That's a really interesting question. I thought about it that way.
I don't, like, personally, that seems like not the right approach necessarily, personally, but, okay, so let's go to the policy avenues and provision section. Let's see what we have here. Oh, I think we did. Oh, yeah, so, again, some meaty questions, hard to cover all the answers. It's really just, this is, you know, we're just brainstorming together. But one is, what is, you know, the list of state of health data? We started getting into that, I think, in the prior section of what that list should be. And I read out kind of what we had in the memo right now. I'm wondering if anything's missing there. I can put those in a sticky note so you all can see it. And then what are the guidelines for that data collection, formatting, data sharing in standardized manner? So a little bit to Jessica's question of like, how does the data actually get shared? How does that work? And then who collects and manages the data? And what, if any, restrictions to access the data are acceptable? I don't know, question 4, I might say more of that's one way to phrase it. I think another way is like, what is the critical pieces of the data that we need, as opposed to restrictions and access? Oh, I don't know exactly what the question's getting at. But I'll just leave it as is if anyone has thoughts there. All right, so let's start chatting about this as well. And I'll put in the note what we have right now in terms of state of health data, like our working list. Sorry.
So in terms of some of those data elements, obviously capacity is going to be, I think, the first and foremost, the most important kind of strict data element. But then I think in terms of policy avenues and provisions, one of the biggest questions is, and I think it's identified in the yellow quadrant, which is somewhat what in terms of state of health, what's potentially achievable, right? Because through some of the negotiations, obviously from a car manufacturer's perspective, there would be substantial additional cost associated with providing state of health data that is coming out of the battery once the battery is already removed from the vehicle, such as you would need a separate BMS or have the BMS on the battery itself that travels with the battery that can then read the battery condition in the absence of the rest of the vehicle operating, which makes it challenging from an OE perspective because the battery is being designed to operate the vehicle. So it's not pulling on those data elements as well. But in terms of kind of strictly coming up with data elements, I almost think that you run into the situation where, right, it could mean different things to different people, and then different OEs will evaluate it differently depending on even, you know, down to the model year. It's probably maybe better to leave it up to the OE in terms of how they actually come up and quantify the state of health, because they're not going to give you a state of health reading on the battery for energy storage systems. It's just not going to be something they're going to be comfortable with doing or able to do. So I almost wondering if maybe we don't just leave that up to, on a technical side, to the OE to be able to do so based upon what their own criteria and equations are, algorithms are. I don't know. What does everyone else think?
Sorry, just to clarify that point real quick. So you're saying leave it to them to determine what state of health means, or are you saying something else?
I think obviously you want to talk about capacity. I think that's going to be the remaining capacity in the battery, but that's also going to be a moving target just on the basis of that's going to give you remaining capacity in the vehicle, but that's probably the best you can do. So I just thinking out loud, I think a little bit.
Okay, sure. Jessica?
Yes, I agree, Neil. One thing that I try to think of in this question, and maybe that's because I'm a little bit jaded in this area as well, is that, yeah, and I'm kind of just repeating what was already said, but like, what is like, how can we get the biggest bang for our buck? So what is the least amount of information that we need with, like, how can we ask the least amount from auto manufacturers and provide the like biggest bang for buck to the end of life world? Because I feel that getting this information has been within policy, like this information sharing within policy has been extremely, difficult. And so from that perspective, yeah, I think like a snapshot of state of health at last time it was in the vehicle is one thing that's really needed. And then also just the if there were any like faults throughout the history of the battery's use is kind of what I've heard from repurposers, not being a repurposer myself, that is, and also not being a dismantler. Those are the two things that folks have said, like, these are really important. But I feel like it, when we're in this environment, it's like, how can we, like, what is our bottom line? And maybe that is like the thing that's what we strive for in policy, because there is such resistance from autos to share this information, because a lot of times it does also interact with their state of health calculations, or worry that there's going to be some proprietary data from the auto use shared as well.
Yeah, I think coming up with what is the most useful and least taxing, ask here is the right answer. And it's just difficult to determine exactly what that is. I think also when you say state of health or capacity is not, that is not necessarily something that is extremely defined or, the same across different entities, how they're defining that within their system, like what exactly that means, in terms of what is the test and what is the result from that test. It's tricky, without access to more information, but I agree. The hope is, what is the least amount of information that provides the most value, would be the ask. Laura, did you have your hand up too?
Sure. Yeah. I like this idea that Jessica's raised of kind of the minimum viable product here of, if that's the phrase to use here for policy, just because, I mean, on the one hand, I firmly believe that companies will never do anything unless it's mandated. But at the same time, becoming overly prescriptive with policy makes it less likely to get passed, first of all, but also more likely to cause unintended consequences. So sometimes getting very prescriptive while well-intentioned can kind of backfire here. So the approach of sort of state of health and history of faults makes sense to me. And also I'm wary of like how much leeway that gives to kind of evade the end goal of transparency too. But I think, yeah, certainly statement of health and capacity, which have been raised, would be, I mean, that would be number one, of course. And whether we're talking about like sort of experimental statement of health or like model-based statement of health, I don't know whether that needs to be decided, or if that's something that's better left to the OEMs.
Yeah, and Laura, to kind of springboard off that, and right, it's going to depend. So in terms of the registry program we already have with that one OE on it, it depends on the model year. So some models, they have over-the-air telematics data that they're able to get off the vehicle to give you that rough state of health data evaluation. And right, I think to Jessica's point in terms of the path of least resistance, they're not giving any proprietary data. They're not giving over 30 pages of proprietary battery data over the course of its lifetime. It's more or less just a quick and dirty, color coded or percentage threshold on the battery in order to help facilitate the movement of that battery to its highest and best use, and then also could somewhat be correlated with safety, at least on a rough end, without obviously running your own testing on the battery itself. So like for a Second Life company, they're going to do their own testing on the battery anyway, absent that state of health determination that they're getting from the vehicle anyway, or from the vehicle that may have been the donor vehicle in the first place. They're going to have to run their own evaluations on the battery anyway. So state of health isn't coming from a vehicle. It's not the perfect solution, but it's helping to facilitate and make easier the transportation as well as the evaluation of batteries that may be good candidates versus ones that strictly should go straight to shred.
But a Second Life company that has to run their own tests, that's because they don't have access to any data, so they have to like hack into it themselves, right? If they had access to the BMS, they might not need to do the same level of tests, and that would really, you know, reduce a lot of the barrier to entry. So that I think is like a fundamental question, is how much are we willing to ask for? I'm not saying that, you know, it needs full access, but is there a way to reduce that need to, okay, you have to then just kind of take this in mostly blind and then run all your own tests? What could we do to reduce that need for testing that is quite time intensive and costly?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Jessica, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna add in another complication that I recently heard from an OEM is that the BMS is now not connected to the battery when it's being removed from the vehicle. So, and that's to not duplicate their reasoning for this, which I don't know if that's true, right? Is to not duplicate a BMS and system and reduce costs and reduce environmental impact, right? Those are the reasonings from them. And so that makes it so that they can't do that testing once the battery is removed in their new designs. So just another difficult kind of barrier that is introduced when we're designing these, when we're looking at how vehicles are already designed.
So you're saying there that like it is functionally built so that when the battery is taken out, BMS is not coming along for the ride?
For some of them, yes.
Okay.
Not all of them, but some of them.
Right. And I do wonder about that, like building in less responsibility, like through actual design, which is kind of what that sounds like to me.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that necessarily, because these take like years to design, you know, and I don't know if that was even like part, I think it just like wasn't part of the thought process in the design, right? Like they're not designing for repurposing, they're like designing for first use. But who knows?
Yeah, that's interesting. Jessica, do you think that's something we should include, that the BMS follows the pack and that the BMS data needs to be made accessible with some respect and some limitations, obviously, on proprietary data, but there needs to be enough visibility. It almost sounds like we should, but like Jessica, like you know, kind of jaded with, you know, we've been back and forth on, you know, 10 states on this already with the OEs, so.
I mean, I think it'd be good, but I think it's a non-starter for any kind of policy discussion. I mean, you probably, you know, you've been part of enough of these discussions that I feel that it would probably get lumped in with the like standardization topic that has OEMs kind of frustrated from the beginning and unwilling to support. But I think maybe we could, you know, we're trying to get from the BMS, right, is basically a history of the vehicle use, and that is uploaded to a cloud in the vehicles that are currently coming online. Like I have a Bolt and I can look at my phone right now and just like check the battery and everything like that, and I'm sure it's being saved somewhere. So the stripping of that proprietary data from those telematics is probably something that could be achieved no matter if the BMS is attached to the battery or not. But again, you couldn't probably do that testing of the battery outside the vehicle, like we're also talking about.
All right, great conversation. Let's move on to the next topic, which is obstacles and levers. Which we've started to kind of get into already. What actors would oppose, you know, these kinds of policy solutions when we're talking about access to battery data. And what leverage points exist in favor. So who was opposed and who was in favor? You know, we've talked about OEMs and repurposers. Any obstacles people want to raise here? Potential levers for increased access to data.
So I think just kind of echo some of the obstacles that we identified in the prior quadrant. The first is just going to be increased cost on the OEMs.
Right.
I think the second would be the difference in meaning of state of health based upon application. And then the third would be how to balance necessary data with data that is business confidential and proprietary.
Yeah.
And they all kind of stem from the same parties, which they're the OEMs.
Great, thank you. Laura?
Maybe I would just add to the piece there about confidentiality of data. I think in addition to kind of business proprietary data, there's concerns around consumer data and consumer data protection as well. Maybe, I mean, that's essentially what killed the right to repair bill in Maine last year, was around like consumer data concerns. So I think it's related, but maybe a slightly different obstacle that could be raised.
I also wonder about like how the data will tell on some of the batteries in terms of how they are performing and what that shows if it is made available or made public. And maybe there is an incentive for the high performing batteries to share, like the manufacturers to share what their readouts look like. I'm not sure if there is anything there, but I do think that that's one hesitation, is not wanting to, you know, share information that might make one OEM look worse than the others. Jessica?
I think that's a really good point you just made that I don't think about very often. I think the other thing we could look at is kind of what the EU did, and I'm not sure how this is going to shake out or if there's been regulatory guidance yet, but they basically say that this kind of data isn't available to everybody as a way to, you know, I think that was more of a nod to the OEM's concerns that people would be refurbishing these or repurposing them in their backyard. And so they do say that the data is only available to those that are, you know, properly reusing, repurposing, remanufacturing them. So I'd have to look into kind of, you know, what that actually means and how that would be, how those restrictions kind of would be met. But I think that could be a middle ground for getting this kind of policy passed.
Great. Yeah, it helps maybe with some of the personal information protection if it's, you know, going to specific repurposers, perhaps.
Yeah, and the safety and liability issues that they're always worried about.
Yeah, another one would be lack of access to third-party diagnostic tools. And there are companies out there, Smartville, Rejoule, Midtronics, but we really don't have access to affordable tools that are more or less vehicle agnostic, that are able to give you that state of health data off of the vehicle or even a state of safety evaluation. we're only in the early stages of that, but we need to see more of those tools be able to proliferate in terms of promoting repurposing, but also just the collection and evaluation of batteries too.
Right, and I think that when it comes to a lever is one of the key levers. When it comes to health, when you're talking about safety, like I do think that that's a way to say that this data has to be made available to XYZ stakeholder, if there is going to be a safety concern around, you know, transporting, storage, et cetera, of the batteries. Maybe it's a way to make that data available. Anything else on obstacles and levers people want to share? All right, let's go to our last quadrant here, which is next steps. You know, what is needed next here to resolve some of these questions, to push policy forward? Like any of the above. Any thoughts?
So I know that in the 9 EV life cycle bills that have currently or have been proposed and considered in the legislatures, it feels at this point to just keep making the case for state of health data, both in terms of getting that state of health off of the vehicle itself, but then also for availability for that data to be pulled by third-party tool and diagnostic companies. It just seems that to continue to make that case and to make sure that that's incorporated in any relevant legislation is, I think, where we really need to focus on. California has SB 615, which is currently still in the legislature. The other bills have had some sort of state of health condition information incorporated into those legislative proposals. So I think we just need to continue to make that case and inform and educate the policymakers that are working on EV battery circularity.
There's no one else who's on the call who's just listening in, right? Are there others? I don't know if you're just being quiet or what's going on, but yeah. Do we know? Ryan, Jose, are they there? Okay, I'm gonna assume maybe not. But okay, great. Any other next steps? Jessica or Laura?
I'll maybe flag one maybe issue area when it comes to these policies that we're talking about, and that is in an EPR, like who's responsible for refurbished batteries. Each bill of these 9 bills that have been introduced, or however many there were, have had different responsibility and different folks opposing because of that. So I think maybe definitely something that needs greater thought.
Absolutely. We're gonna go to EPR next, so that's a good tip for that.
Yeah, Jessica, did you mean like financial responsibility or liability? Like
financial responsibility for recycling. Or just, yeah, probably liability too. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a real challenge too, the liability, but that's a different topic, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, let's head on down to I don't think that's the one we're supposed to do next, but I think we should anyways. So EPR. Let's see. So first we have here we just have one discussion question, which is how, well, I guess there's a couple nested in there. How should the hierarchy be defined? Driven by environmental or commercial concerns. I feel like we talked about this a little bit during our exercise where we were all in a line. But any additional thoughts to add here? Are people of the mind that there is hierarchical approach and it should be driven by environmental concerns, or is there a difference of opinion there?
I hate to just keep bringing in the political, but I'm going to. And And I guess the policy approach we've taken at UCS is to support or to wrap in mechanisms that would support a repurposing reuse market within the EPR so that it's not prescriptive, but it's incentivizing. And that's through access to state of health, basically. And the reason that we've gone that route is because it's already kind of pushing what seems to be maybe politically feasible at this point, or it's still a question mark, even if that is politically feasible. And then the other is that I think we have concerns with kind of a prescriptive, like all batteries need to be reused, repurposed language, just because of the safety aspects. And also, I think it would be really cool to be able to have the dismantlers like have a required check to send them, to send the batteries to a repurposer, a refurbisher. But if nobody's going to buy that battery, or if it's like, not still, if it still, doesn't meet a certain requirement that would make folks want to buy it, there's kind of an unknown of what would happen to that battery. Yeah, so that's been our approach, which I think a little bit differs from like what was talked about before, and it's mostly just because it doesn't seem like we can really figure out another approach within the policy environment.
I think someone, I don't know who of you three brought up like the green, yellow, red, maybe like some kind of classification, because it does seem like there are some, like we're hearing about overstock batteries that are sitting in a warehouse, for instance, and they're, for an EV, and then they're past the warranty period, so they can't be put into an EV. They're just overstocked EV batteries. Like that just seems like, let's not recycle that one. There are some examples where it just seems like there's a need for repurpose. And yes, maybe the market could solve for that if there was transparency of information. I think that's what's really missing from the market resolving it, because it kind of seems like the way that batteries are purchased, it's like storage wars, where it's like, here's a bunch of batteries, like wanna take a gamble, and who's willing to take that gamble? So how do we go from like storage wars to like at some kind of, here's what we actually are selling, and there is some kind of like rating, so where it falls.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing then, the like allowing transparency of information or requiring transparency of that like state of health or battery grade information to actually enable the market to be able to like grow and become the repurposing we want to see.
Yeah, and Rachel and Jessica completely agree. Rachel, you bring up a really good point in terms of kind of some of the stockpiling of batteries. And it really all stems, like Jessica said, from just not understanding what the condition of that battery is at any given point in the value chain. And here's kind of a real world example. We have one member out in California. I actually had hoped he was going to participate, but I think his schedule wasn't permitting for that. But he, for instance, has sold batteries to one of the repurposing companies, but the repurposing company has no idea if the battery is viable or if it's purely a scrap battery, because you have no type of transparency into it until it finally reaches the repurposer, at which point you've now expended all that cost associated with just moving it to the repurposer. And then also you have the safety as well as the waste classifications tied in as well. But from a value and economic standpoint, the repurposer could only pay so much for that battery, with the possibility of the battery not having any value whatsoever other than scrap. And so the thing is that they're having to price in failures when evaluating or buying a battery, which makes this whole environment very challenging. But on terms of the hierarchy, I included the battery materials use hierarchy we put together with the Argonne National Laboratory, and we actually do view it as a hierarchy, both from an economic standpoint, but also from an environmental standpoint as well, where we're not mandating that every battery needs to follow the hierarchy by any means. That's going to be made on a battery by battery basis based upon being able to evaluate it. But at the same time, sending a battery for reuse in a vehicle, it has the least amount of labor associated with it. It also has the benefit from an environmental standpoint of reducing the manufacture of a new battery, the mining associated and the carbon footprint associated with it as well, as opposed to, let's say, remanufacturing, which, right, you're still using existing product, reducing the need for new materials and new manufacturing. It also keeps the vehicle on the road longer, which I think meets some of those environmental justice concerns in terms of access of transportation and affordability. But that has more of a labor-intensive process involved in terms of getting it up and back into shape, in terms of selling it as a new part or a remanufactured part. So we actually do view it as a hierarchy because it is directly correlated with value as well as labor associated with it and labor associated with the alternative manufacture of a new product.
Let's move to the next section, which is, I think we're kind of heading to anyways, which is kind of how does this actually get enforced in policy, or how do we, you know, enforce whatever hierarchy, if there is a hierarchy, into policy. And then, like, how does this actually become enforced? Who's actually running this? How is it funded? Those are some hard questions right there. We'll start with the first one, which is, you know, I kind of want to follow up on some of the points made in the prior section where we talked, you know, Jessica, you mentioned about, it's about data transparency, and then, you know, whether it's repurposed or recycled, you know, can be decided by the market. I think that one thing that can happen with EPR policy is that, like, repurpose might not even be in the policy, like the word repurpose, I think sometimes left out of different policies. So, you know, how do we, I guess, just my suggestion would be just to include that option in the policy language. Any other thoughts about how EPR policy can enforce this? Assessments or what else might be needed?
So I have some thoughts just in terms of the EPR policy being effectively enforced. I think you have to have a government regulator be responsible for enforcement because, and I don't know which one would be best suited for that. It would probably honestly have to be a joint agency responsibility. And this is just speaking, you know, in comparison to the vehicle dismantling industry in California, where they may be regulated by 4 or 5 different agencies, whether that's the DTSC, whether that's Cal Recycle, whether that's the State Department of Motor Vehicles. They all have kind of a role to play. So you probably would have to have some sort of joint agency responsibility. I don't know if you're going to be able to enforce, though, for instance, let's say you have battery X. You're probably not going to enforce, you know, forcing that battery to be repurposed and then doing an evaluation as to whether the operator sent a battery for repurposing versus they sent it straight to recycling. The economics of the market are going to kind of facilitate the movement of that. But I think it's important also in policy to recognize repurposing, reuse, remanufacturing, repair, and also recycling, just based upon many of the discussions Jessica and I have been involved with over the last several months, because for a while there was such an emphasis on preferential treatment of one outlet for batteries versus another at the expense of another. So I think you do need to probably communicate that hierarchy in policy also.
Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just kind of taking a minute to think about like the wording of the question here, because I haven't really thought of it, of EPR as like enforcing the waste management hierarchy before. I guess I tend to think of EPR as being used for one of two purposes. Like one is simply redistributing costs. And I think that that in itself can help effectively enforce the waste management hierarchy, like without prescribing it, because it corrects for some of these economic issues that have been referenced already. And then like Emil said, the market will determine where the battery goes, but like right now the market needs some correction in these early stages of reuse and recycling. So I think EPR, just by its nature of redistributing costs, kind of does effectively maybe not enforce, but favor the waste management hierarchy. And then kind of the other use I think of for EPR is attempting to affect battery design and make OEMs like design batteries differently because they're responsible for the end life. So can we use EPR to try to help OEMs or try to kind of force OEMs to think about second life when they're designing batteries? It was mentioned earlier that that some of these things aren't thought about, like just simply aren't part of the thought process in design. I'd also say we haven't really seen evidence that EPR can do this, can change design. Like modulated fees are the best attempt that's been made to affect battery design, but I just think the data is not in on how effective that's actually going to be. They've been implemented in some places around the world, but we don't really know yet if they're actually going to affect design.
Yeah, great points there. One follow-up, just, I don't know, question on the piece around redistributing costs and how it enforces the waste management hierarchy. I do wonder about EPR. If the EPR extends to get it to a recycler versus extends to get it to being reused, and then maybe through the then does it end there? Because I do think that depending on when the responsibility ends, it doesn't necessarily reinforce if it does extend like into the second life or what have you, versus it just goes to the recycler, okay, now I'm no longer responsible, versus I have to continue through reuse. It's still something that was legacy, my battery, then what happens? Then that there's a potential for it not, to be an adverse, impact in terms of the
Okay, so you're concerned about like premature recycling because the OEM's required to get the battery to a recycler, but like they're not required to send it to reuse. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that if the responsibility extends into the second life, so you're saying it's not responsible to get it to reuse? I mean, I think that where does the EPR end, right? Like, how do you work in both possible like pathways? So if the clear pathway is go to the recycler after first life, that's one. But if it's go to a second life, then there's some vague, maybe unclear, maybe it extends through that too. Then it goes on, there's that risk of what that second life means, and so how does it extend when it goes to that, through that pathway is the question. I don't think that's fully resolved, but maybe others know more than me.
Are you asking if the battery is required to be recycling after it's repurposed or reused?
What was the question? I'm so sorry.
Are you asking if the battery would have to be recycled if it was repurposed and reused?
No, I'm not asking that. I'm talking about Laura's point that the waste hierarchy is already managed through EPR. There's a complicated factor where if second life, EPR extends through second life, that is extending the length of their responsibility and possible risks within that second life, right? Because it is their legacy battery that maybe someone is, putting their fingers in or whatever. It's also now, first life batteries, they are pretty fresh as we know. So, there's less of like fire risk or all these other things where the state of health is going to be going down. So then you have like lower state of health batteries that are operating in some capacity. There's a higher risk for malfunction or what have you. And it's just longer period of time, longer, if they're like going to have to be like sharing cloud data or something on state of health, then that's 10, 20 more years, right? So that's a much more complex situation. So when Laura was saying that it would naturally, reinforce the waste hierarchy, I don't know if that's really true. It kind of depends on how EPR is defined in that pathway of it going to repurpose. Like, does it then, okay, you get to, wipe your hands of it and it's some other entity, the repurposer, who's now, liable for it. That would make that easier, but I don't think that that's fully figured out in terms of how EPR works in the case of Second Life.
Yeah, no, okay, I get what you're saying now. I think in the bills that, well, I know in the California bill, the Washington bill, the ones that are I think went further along, the repurposer is the responsible party. At that point, once it's transferred over, of course, the auto manufacturer could repurpose it. So I think that has been I think that's kind of been agreed upon in those discussions, and seemingly repurposers are understanding of that, which is kind of interesting. I think where it gets really messy is what you're pointing out as well, is like who's responsible for refurbished batteries, those that are reused within EVs. That's been a little bit messier of like parties not agreeing, not having the same understanding of who is responsible, or should be responsible. And I also just want to say, like, I think you're right that the EPR does not necessarily encourage a waste hierarchy. If it was up to the auto manufacturers, I think they would just shred all of their batteries and put it back into the recycling market so that they can make new ones, because they will get overall, have a solid supply and and have make more money off their EVs and not have to find additional sourcing. That's been kind of the vibe I've gotten from conversations, and it does make sense. But I think that is a lot of the reasoning for putting requirements for information sharing, like we're talking about in these EPR bills, that require the OEMs to provide the state of health information. Because at that point, it's it's actually other markets working. It's like encouraging them to look outside the EPR to sell to repurposers to then go that route. Of course, we are seeing some OEMs repurpose their batteries that are under warranty, and they're kind of entering that market as well. So it doesn't always discourage the waste hierarchy, but I think you're right that there is a concern with an EPR without additional data sharing requirements that the batteries will kind of skip that repurposing reuse phase.
I had two comments. The first is also just on another note for the California bill. In addition to the California bill and many of the other EV life cycle bills we've seen so far, is that there was also an exemption for producer responsibility where someone selling a battery in an unmodified condition would not then become the incumbent battery producer, which we all thought from a policy standpoint, or enough of us believed, was imperative in terms of letting the hierarchy actually work itself out in a market-driven fashion. The second thing is that unlike some of the other EPR programs that we've seen for other consumer goods, for vehicle batteries, it's much more, I think the way everyone's kind of come into the discussion is more that EPR is necessary as an option of last resort if the market's not able to figure out some of the logistics on moving batteries around. We've seen it be successful for other automotive components, other batteries in some circumstances, but it's not the first go-to option. And then the last point I wanted to make also was that if we're looking at it from the perspective of, is our ultimate goal to promote the hierarchy and to promote repurposing? And if it is, I think you could probably make a strong argument that the responsibility of the OE should probably extend then even to circumstances where a repurposer has repurposed a battery, which will incentivize repurposing because it will lower their their decommissioning costs eventually when that battery has to be decommissioned, and let's say it has a negative recycling value or one that's going to be unduly burdensome. So I think that's a general question, I think, in terms of what our goal is, which would then ultimately, I think, frame the discussion for what the perfect EPR platform would look like. Because right now, obviously, I think I'm a little jaded by the politics of it too, where the OEs, right, they want to cut off their responsibility as quickly as possible, which is probably where you get into the situation where you'd have the premature retirement of batteries as well.
All right, are we good with this section? We want to move on. Any last comments we want to make? We can go over to the obstacles and levers. I do think we've gotten into some of these already. You know, what is the opposition to these policy provisions? What are the leverage points? I will say, like, one fear that I have about EVs and EPR is, like, in the US at least, there's not enough EVs on the market. And if there's, like, you can make an ICE vehicle with, like, no, you know, there's no issues, and then you have this other vehicle type where there is this responsibility, is that going to change like auto manufacturers' approaches to manufacturing EVs, which is already not happening enough? I am afraid of that outcome. So I don't know if that counts as an obstacle or lever, maybe just a paranoia that I have, but that's a concern I wanted to raise. Any other obstacles, levers, what can make this EPR policy work or not work here?
No, I agree with that obstacle that you just named. It seems even more of an obstacle over the last 4 months or 3 months.
Sure does.
I'd say another obstacle is enforcement of repurposing. Like we're saying, like the economics favor the environment if there's information sharing, but that isn't enforcement. You know, we're all talking around I think, and I'm constantly talking around the fact that, like, as much as we want repurposing, we can't specifically require it easily. So I think that is a big obstacle.
I'd say, like, there's a lot to make the market mature. Like, there's just so much. I think, yeah, the information, like, just having more accessible information of what used batteries are available to purchase, et cetera. I mean, I don't know. That seems tricky. I don't know if that's not an EPR related specific thing, but it's all out there. But yes, anyone else?
I think, to play devil's advocate to the first comment, is EPR could disincentivize potentially the manufacture and distribution of new EVs, but on the flip side, without an EPR policy or some sort of option of last resort for stranded batteries, you're going to see tremendous cost to municipalities, to populations that are probably underserved in the first place. And then also you're going to see a loss of critical minerals that can go for recycling and are likely would then be exported to lesser developed countries for processing. Or they'll just be stranded.
It's like, we've never been able to do circular economy for anything ever. So what would make us think that it would happen here unless there is policy for that? Completely get that. But I would love there to be a stick for ICE vehicles too here, like something like that, you know? I don't know what it's gonna be. Maybe some kind of fee for manufacturing them. I mean, we tried through many policy mechanisms to push the needle. Those are things.
Yeah, I would argue that we've been very successful in creating a circular economy for ICE engine vehicles right now. And that really comes from if you take that hierarchy, that's how our members are able to economically acquire, depollute vehicles, make sure as many components go for reuse or repurposing or remanufacturing, and for materials recovery as well. So we hope to be able to emulate that for batteries, but when you have a battery that's it's such a large component of the vehicle. If you're not able to maximize that value, and at worst case scenario, if you're looking at a huge cost in dealing with the battery, you probably can't deal or interact with that vehicle type in the first place. And then you see negative consequences to vehicle owners, especially those that are less equipped to be able to just go buy a new battery for a vehicle too. So.
Any other obstacles and levers people wanna bring up?
Maybe
Laura?
exporting as well.
Export.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but-
just the pull of exporting. Yeah. Facing that reality. Absolutely. Laura?
Yeah, I think with EPR, I mean, I guess as with so many things with batteries, but especially EPR, like the devil's really in the details. And the fee has to be really carefully designed for it to be effective without being stifling. Also like definitions have to be really clear. I mean, things like you were just talking about, Rachel, about, you know, how far does the EPR extend is one piece of it, but even things like clarifying the definition of producer, like what is a battery producer and who fits into that category, is critical to it being well implemented and effective. So just we often talk about EPR as kind of like one policy solution, but there's so many different ways to design it that can really affect the outcomes. I do think though, like in terms of levers, as was just mentioned, like without EPR, or I think one of the things that would make it more palatable for policymakers is that without EPR, there is a lot of cost incurred by local governments. And that's driven some of the EPR laws even around portable batteries and having to deal with kind of e-waste or like small battery fires and things like that at the state and municipal level have driven some of the existing EPR programs. So I think that's one kind of lever we can use here.
All right, let's see, our last one is next steps. Any next steps people want to raise here? That can be information we need, policy, case studies we should talk to. Who do we need to win over to this? What's up? I have a question, like for the three of you. Do you think that, I mean, state level EPR, is that gonna happen? We're just gonna go state by state? Is that the game plan here? I just.
We hopefully will have more clarity and Jessica, when do we have for California? I think that's a 2-year period. So I think there's a likelihood we see state level EPR, but at the same time, your guess is as good as mine right now, because it seems like I don't know. I would say there's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any other option within the next 3 and a little bit of years for anything to happen at the federal. But in September, we'll know if the California bill passes, and it seems like that's the only one really left that has any life. But I think if that one passes, then maybe we'll be able to spread it around a little.
I guess my question was less, are we doing state or federal here? Like, I know there's no federal play, but is it gonna happen? Like, I guess I don't really know what are the odds here? It's hard for me to gauge, not engaging in California, like on the legislation itself.
Oh, depends on the week. It really does though depend on the week. Like OEMs are flip-flopping over small things that they're suddenly finding out in the bill or something like that, and parties are flip-flopping. So I think we'll have a better idea the closer, we get to the end of session in September. But I'm optimistic. I'll put myself at 60% yes. What do you think, Neil?
I like, Jessica, that you mentioned it depends on the week. If you had asked me 4 months ago what I would have thought, I would have said there's no question we're going to see at least one state pass an EPR EV life cycle bill. We'll know by September. And then a second question worth asking is, would an industry-led EPR program be sufficient? In terms of ARA's own disposition, we have concern with an industry-led EPR framework. We voiced our concerns around that because obviously if there is a cost, we would be concerned that they would end up pulling the plug on this, and then also they can qualify which batteries could potentially be candidates. But then also there's a timing note here where if we do see an industry-led effort right now, and Rachel, I think you mentioned there's just not a lot of vehicles of this type on the road right now. It's a small population of the overall population. If there's an industry-led effort to do this and we do it right now, the findings may not be representative of where we need to be in 5 to 10 years from now. So.
The findings be what?
Like how many batteries collected under the program? I know there's one in Canada right now, but you do have this risk right now where one, and this is more on the end of life side of things, but you have a lot of transactions that are taking place right now, which are not going to be very indicative of where the market's going to be in 5 to 10 years when we actually are starting to see scale. Because the ones that are participating on this and from a dismantler point of view are ones that already have established kind of markets for either reuse or repurposing or reman. And so they're doing this, but they're more or less one-off transactions right now. And if they weren't able to do that, they may just say, well, I'm just not going to buy another one of these vehicles right now. Let it go get exported to Ukraine.
Yeah.
So an industry-led coalition right now where there isn't a number of batteries that are taken back either due to battery chemistry or that there just aren't a lot of people saying, I need this battery to be taken back. You may then get a result where it's saying, oh, this is not an issue right now. We don't need to worry about it. And then that cools any sort of policy making should this become a substantial issue for moving forward.
Thank you all so much. This has been great. We technically have 3 more categories we're not gonna obviously do that, but we have 10 minutes left. So if the things that the outside group is talking about economic barriers, the other elements were battery design and fire safety. I don't know, I guess like dealer's choice. If there's anything that any of you want to share on any of those topics in terms of for battery design, economic barriers, or fire safety, like I think it could be maybe next steps or what's needed is kind of maybe the angle that I'll take instead of making you answer all those many questions. So it's a grab bag question. Jessica, thank you for taking the grab bag. Go for it.
Well, there's one thing that I have been pondering and don't know like where policy or should go, is that there's going to need to be a central database that's tracking where these batteries are going, how much is being repurposed, the state of health data, all these things, right? ARA is coming up with an idea for this. But if it's gonna be that, like, for example, in California, the bill got vetoed last year basically for this reason, that DTSC didn't know how to make the database to track the batteries and it would cost too much. So I think there's this big question mark of who's going to hold this database, how much is it going to cost, and when is it going to be designed? Is that gonna, and to what level will the tracking be done? Is it going to be per module at every single step, at the dismantlers, the reusers, the repurposers, the recyclers? And you're gonna be tracking it by ID, or is it going to be more of an input-output tracking of the dismantler, you know, handled 500 batteries this month or something like that? So yeah, just questions about like to what level of tracking should be done. And who will hold the database that does it, who will fund the database that does it, and how will they be written into policy? I think are some big questions that I have that cover a lot of these different areas.
And it seems like the number one thing is the unique ID is like needed for this to ever even work. Like there has to be some kind of password for tracking to take place.
Yeah, if it's gonna be tracked at the modular pack level, yeah, definitely. And that's something that was written into SB 615, which I think DTSC, the department that's trying to handle this, is really confused about like how they're gonna deal with that. I think in the past, that kind of tracking has been done by a producer responsibility organization.
Right. I mean, there are things called barcodes. It's not like, you know, sometimes I wonder about using other existing data trackers for this kind of instance, instead of making something that's perfect and has everything that we want. Like maybe there's a beta version. But yes, thank you for sharing her. That is complicated. Any thoughts on that question or other next step grab bag thoughts people want to share here?
Yeah, the database is a really good point, and not one, I didn't realize that was such a hang up in the California bill. And these are the kinds of things, right, like that have to be designed in such detail and with such care to make policy actually usable, let alone passable, but also usable and meaningful. Emil mentioned earlier that EPR extending through second life would help reduce decommissioning costs and therefore potentially further enable repurposing. Emil, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you made this point earlier, which was an interesting one. I don't know if I'd really thought of the potential for EPR to reduce decommissioning costs. I feel like that is an important lever here on enabling repurposing that I hadn't thought through before. And if anyone also has good data on like, I've seen data on the costs of decommissioning, but if anyone has good data on the value and costs of second life batteries, I've found very limited data on that. Would love to see numbers if people have them. And if not, that's probably an information gap that needs to be filled.
I know when Peter was, you know, talking to one of the companies that are repurposers, I think what's tricky is it might be cheap to get the second life battery, super cheap. Then if you have to do a bunch of testing, like all of the lack of data transparency has obvious costs because there's safety certification, there's just so much to have to do on top. That makes the economic feasibility of the second life battery versus a new battery tricky. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily answer your question. But it seems like there's a lot of, it's not one, here's what it costs and here's the value because of the diversity of what a second life battery looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I'm thinking more of like a breakdown of costs and kind of more of a spectrum of costs. But yes, there's definitely the diversity of batteries. There is definitely a complication.
I see what you mean, right? Like what percentage of the cost is tied to these different elements? Yeah, I think that would be super valuable to see. Any other thoughts? Props to the three of you for hanging in. This was great. really appreciate you all contributing virtually. Any final thoughts here? I think next up, we're gonna do like a temperature check, so we'll probably hear back from the outside folks if you all wanna stay on for that. And then it'll be, you know, talking about the field visit tomorrow, but if you wanna stick around to hear what the outside group was up to, I think that's what's up next.
Thanks for facilitating, especially in a hybrid environment. I know that's tough.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been really, really great.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hop now, but it's been a really great workshop today. So thanks for helping facilitate.
Great, thanks everyone.
Yeah,
And
thanks, Rachel.
Bye.
And, you know, and without anybody obviously making any commitments, but kind of like, yeah, here's where I would like to maybe put some of my energy, or I could see this kind of working into something. And so like Lean said, a temperature check kind of the many, many things that we have discussed today. Post-it notes everywhere, right for me. Do we, yeah, what are the ones that stand out as the most salient, as the most important to tackle, or where's the energy to tackle? So I have a couple of ideas, but I don't actually want to bias the conversation, so I want to hear from folks here and the folks online, what you all are thinking and hearing from each other. So, feel free to have at it.
No, I'm just drinking my water. Well, I guess I could start then. If I was part of the economic barrier cafe, and I thought one of the more interesting ideas that kind of surfaced was in terms of policy for state of health and bringing down the cost of actually you know, doing a state of health is to act, and the lack of data that's necessary, and that's major cost for the repurposer in accessing that data and spending so much time reverse engineering the system to try to access the data, to actually mandate the companies to actually share the data. And then Alexia had suggested that in plug-in, I wouldn't say Plug-in America, that's not very Plug-in America, basically, there was, and their experience working with a consortium that was called Charge X, where because there are so many different challenges around getting some kind of charging station where there was a standard, right? That all cars could utilize, that they actually had a consortium of stakeholders, everyone that was involved in that charging industry, to come together and to develop a universal standard for it and to troubleshoot around it. And so I thought we could do something similar for batteries, whether we call it consortium, another, that was the second version or second iteration of EPIC. The first was a technical body that would address the issues. It could be a government technical body or a required somehow structured technical body that would answer the questions that we can't answer ourselves in this room. And that would have expertise to bring people together to resolve some of these problems. And have industry voices to say what, of all the universe of information data that they collect, what is actually, to come to an agreement, what's needed for the state of health, and how do you access it, and who's going to pay for it. And then there was the there was a next iteration of that discussion, which was that the industry probably already has some of these conversations going on now. We're just not part of it. You know, so how do we tap into those conversations and make sure that that we're engaged in helping to inform that process, so.
And I think not just us, but repurposers, right? More people involved in the supply chain. Then I think there's only a limited set of actors participating in that discussion right now. How do we get more of the right stakeholders, broadening that consortium?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I feel like I have to bring up the decision tree because you talk about the decision tree a lot in our little cafe group. It's clear, and I think this came up too in one of our like stand in the room questions, that we're all jumping, you know, we beyond this room too, are jumping to like want to have some kind of battery management hierarchy for end of life EV batteries, but we don't really know what the hierarchy is and how to define it, and that some kind of universal decision tree, you know, based on X amount of factors. Obviously, one of them would be like, how much capacity does the battery have left once it's come out of its initial use? To define like, what is the hierarchy? Does it go to repurpose? Does it go straight to recycling? Does it go through kind of like what we've imagined as the reduce, reuse, recycle hierarchy? And I think like, you know, we were able to get all of the stakeholders on board with a decision tree that made sense. That could also be used in all of this types of tracking and data we're talking about for end of life batteries. I think that would require more industry in the room.
And like transparency around the decision tree making.
Yes.
Can I ask a question about that? So if the decision tree is going to require something different from what is economically most profitable to, like, that's its added value, right? Is to get companies to do something that's maybe not most profitable. How do you envision that operating? Like, is there a financial incentive? Is there a legal requirement? What's the mechanism? I think that's the answer.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, excellent. All right.
So I led the EPR group and we talked about this quite a bit. I mean, first I'll start with, there was not a consensus about the waste hierarchy, which you saw earlier. But we did discuss a few different ways you could incorporate waste hierarchy in a more meaningful way than, say, the existing buildings. Tracy says consider waste hierarchy. You could have specific targets for repurposing that would apply to the PRO. Say they have to achieve a 20% repurposing target. I don't think any of us knew what the number should be. So somebody suggested the idea of maybe having industry submit a baseline, and then based on that, having a regulator or someone choose target should. Somebody brought up that maybe the requirements should be different based on battery chemistry, since different battery chemistries have such different work, but maybe it makes sense that the requirements.
Something that came up for us that's kind of related is like, what if there could be some kind of grading or something like that associated with the batteries, so that it's like green, yellow, red in terms of is it suitable for repurposing? And that, you know, it's something came up more in like the information transparency piece, but that could be part of the decision tree where if they're like, it's hard not to overly be prescriptive there, but if there's a way to talk about the performance of the battery or how the battery, like say cell capacity, whatever, that makes it into the green category of repurposing beyond like a percentage, which may not reflect which candidates are actually best for.
So the idea would be sort of a higher level metric that incorporates multiple different quantitative metrics?
Right.
Am I
Yes.
getting too?
I think mostly it's around like capacity, like state of health related
Right.
metrics.
And people think that like green, yellow, red would be better than like a percentage of life left?
I mean, we don't say green, yellow, red.
No,
I
but-
think it's just percentage, like whatever that is, where it's like at this threshold, as opposed to saying, repurpose 20% of batteries, full stop, it's at this
Oh, I see what
threshold.
you're saying, right.
Then that is like.
So
needs to be
of the
considered.
eligible batteries.
Yeah, it's the eligibility or some kind of pool determined based on.
I will add from our conversation, eligibility metrics were discussed not only for repurposing, but also for export. Right, so if you're exporting a car, which has 10% of its battery life left, then you're exporting waste, right? So if you're going to export it, then it should have a minimum battery life or minimum kind of condition. Folks online?
There's only two and I'm not, we've invited them. Eli's invited them to speak up.
I know they contributed a lot.
They did, yeah.
I will offer one reflection, having come into today as very much a novice on this, what I heard particularly in this last session was that this one about mandating data sharing by the OEMs seems to be the one thing that is key to everything else. And that this is going to obviously create a lot of political opposition from the OEMs. But I think we spent a lot of time thinking about, well, are there ways to get around it? Are there ways to kind of skirt this? And, you know, we kept coming back to, well, actually, we need individual battery pack or even module level state of health data. There's no way, we just can't make this work without.
Just to represent my online folk.
Yeah.
You know, what came up here was, how do we figure out what the minimum viable kind of product is for what is the most impactful data and the least amount of data that we need? Because there's things that have come up in other situations where, you know, okay, if you have all the data, then that's a privacy concern, for personal vehicles, et cetera. So what is the data that we're really wanting to ask for here, and how to make sure that that's going to be the most impactful data? Keep it narrow and specific, fast.
And did the online group have a specific list of what that is?
You know, a lot of it was tied to like capacity. You know, that came up a lot, and then any like incidents, like overheating incidents or any kind of like an incident report. Those were kind of the two pieces that were brought up there. I don't know if that's the full answer. That's.
Yeah, I think the specific things that we had heard were, as Neil said, not just the state of health percentage at the pack level, but also at the module level. But then Surinder was like, nobody's gonna give it to you at the module level, but we should try.
Or do their systems even have it?
Yes, well, and yes. And then also he said that often the battery specifications, that when that battery was new, what were its specifications, that information today is not always given. And that might be more of an easy win too, as we're making that minimum viable list. We should ensure that those kind of basics are in there too. Jessica, I see that you have a hand raised. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, hi. There, maybe I can actually see you guys, or you can see me. I think that was a good summary of kind of what we talked about online is I think what I tried to stress was like, what is the path of least resistance as well? I think somebody said minimal viable product, in the sense that what is going to be the most useful from OEMs. while recognizing that they're gonna be like very resistant to sharing a lot of information. So we need to kind of like balance those two factors. And I think what we talked about was exactly what was already said, kind of that state of health data. The last time it was in operation, and then also a history of faults that happened with the battery through its lifespan in an EV, because that would indicate if there's ever been anything that has gone wrong with it. But I think what we talked around a lot was very much you know, what is the most useful and least taxing information, so that we can actually make sure we aren't or make sure we are able to get it into an EPR bill.
Also, we had a conversation about who should come up with this list, rather than trying to come up with a list. And there were various ideas of, one was a technical body, is it a state body, is it a federal body? We all daydreamed for a moment about a federal body. Is it purely a private body? And, you know, someone's like, well, we just go ask the repurposers. What data do you really need? Right, and then, and if there's a repair industry also, like what data do they really need? And so maybe this is a process, hopefully led by public agency, that brings in different parties who need access to data and can actually put forward not only the data they need, but the rationale. Like, yeah, if you get us this data, our industry is gonna grow 200%. Or it shows, because we don't have the data, because that then creates some of the political ammunition. On political ammunition, we talked about some other things about the consumer rights, right? If you buy something, you should know what you buy. There's an ingredient label on your chips. Why can't you know what's in your battery, right? So we talked about what are some of the kind of rhetorical and framing ways that we could create demand for this.
Somebody in our group brought up the issue of the right to repair and have the similar right to data. You know, for batteries, so right to repair, typically laws are applied to electronics or appliances, but maybe there for batteries there is a right to data, a right to repair law, but I don't know if that would be the term we use, but it would be similar. But these are principles that are that make the battery that enables battery for second life. So this is the right to repurpose.
It's a right to repurpose.
Right to repurpose that. There you go.
Any more thoughts? Couple things from our group. Yeah. So I think PR group, and the consensus among everybody who came to the table is that none of us are wedded to EPR. Nobody's wedded to EPR. I think everybody wants, I mean, the distinction I make, well, when we say this is we like producer responsibility, lowercase p, lowercase r. But I think that's sort of the takeaway from a lot of folks is, yeah, manufacturer run PRO type system could be an approach, but there are a lot of other ways to do it as well. So I thought that was interesting because I kind of thought I was going to be a minority in that. But that seemed to be a consensus from every group. Another thing that came up repeatedly in every group was the need to focus on individual automakers and sort of separate them from the herd a little bit, as opposed to dealing with the trade associations. That there might be value in having more one-on-one conversations with somebody like Ford, for example, kind of figure out what are their barriers what would it take to get them on board? As opposed to having the lowest common denominator in trade association. There's a bit of conversation about the essentially legacy automakers being more important than the EV companies that we spend a lot of time thinking about. Because they have more clout and they seem like it might even be more open to solutions. And something that came up at least twice, maybe 3 times, was using industry coalitions that exist, like the Lead to Charge, is that right?
Lead the charge.
Lead the Charge,
The
sorry.
civil society coalition,
Sorry.
it's not an industry.
Sorry, So use groups like Lead the Charge to facilitate conversations with OEMs outside the scope of negotiating a bill. It's a pretty common recommendation. I don't know if I missed anything. Oh, one more thing. There's this conversation that we didn't quite figure out the answer to, but we kept thinking about the idea of supply chain risks and critical minerals, and why don't the car companies like fight for this as a way to protect their supply chains? How do we convince them that they should actually really want to preserve all these critical minerals in the system? Not a specific outcome there, but it's something interesting.
Maybe I think to respond to that is that, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, which is why they've poured all this money into recycling and not repurposing, because they're only interested in like the nickel, in the crude kind of responses. I hear you, and they are doing it in their way to get what's economically valuable, right? And so how do we then ask that question of, how do we make this, how do we make it very costly to produce the, to not, to have then this kind of planned obsolescence for the batteries that don't have gold in them, right? But they are not gonna be interested. Didn't mean to jump on that like that, but it was a good point. I'm gonna twist it.
And frankly, our conversation kept going between recycling and repurposing. But somebody did bring up the point that even repurposing isn't necessarily end of life, even though repurposed batteries will stop to be pursued.
Yes.
I'm gonna raise 2 points from our quick conversation here. One was to look at other industries and models for data sharing. Like, let's think outside the automotive, vehicle industry. There's plenty of industries that have requirements for data sharing. Are there any models there that are useful? And yeah, what can we do? And the other was to think about medium and heavy duty vehicles, particularly buses. That's offline faster.
Yeah.
All right, I think we'll wrap up there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is great. So I think we just have one slide that gives you a kind of a snapshot of tomorrow, for those of you joining us, to the site visit. We will visit the site of Repurpose Energy. We'll leave here from the ClimateWorks office for those of you joining by bus. Please meet here at 8:45. We'll leave at 9 promptly. And then on the next slide, you can see just a sort of snapshot of who is Repurpose Energy, what have they done, how do they, we heard today from Relion Energy, how they work, do the battery management system work that they do. And so tomorrow we'll hear another perspective from a different company.
We have prepared, you know, they are very proud that they have achieved recently one of the 3 or maybe all 3 now UL certification standards. And I think they'll be very keen to share with us how that process has been, what they have needed to do that. We can learn more about how they started as an organization, what has changed, how are they funded, right? And what projects are they working on now at their facility? What will they be doing in the future? And yes, so it was Joe LeCamp and J1 Park who will be hosting and meeting us there. So please, they strike me as wonderful engineers, very practical. So I think come with your questions and be prepared with follow-up questions. And they will be glad to share their information, and their experience with us. So we'll be there, I imagine, for about, it depends really on the visit itself, I think is about 45 minutes, and then we've planned another 45 minutes, for questions and answers. So we imagine it'll be about an hour and a half that we're there. And we will be taking pictures. Because a lot of the visit too is to be able to document it and share it with other people. So a few pictures and a little bit of video, short video snippets, 30 seconds. And that's it. Do you all have any questions about the visit for tomorrow? I know not everybody.
Is the address is on the somewhere? If we're not going with us.
Address is in the email from Maria Guillen, our colleague Maria Guillen. Yes, that's all the things. And if not, just email me and I'll send it to you.
Oh, no, I'm sure I'll
So with that, maybe Sheila, do you want to wrap up for today with just a thank you?
Sure.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be there tomorrow. Are you gonna be circulating our contact information?
Yes, we can do that. Yep. We have the participant lists from in person, for sure, and then online as well. Yeah, we can do that. And we'll also share the slides. So we can share the slides and the contact information in fairly short order. We are also gonna write up a little summary, and then ACEEE is gonna edit, update their brief and share a revised version. So we'll have immediate, contact information sharing and presentations, and then more materials to come.
Well, thank everybody for coming today. This has been really pretty cool in terms of a first stab at trying to figure out some of these really complex issues and how to bring people together to have a conversation about them and to solve problems. So I think this was a great group, and I appreciate everybody coming, especially all of you who stayed to the very end. And all the people online, thank you so much. This is a beginning of a conversation and action or movement. It's not like a one-off. So I'm hoping that everybody here is ready to continue to to get in there and make that change and see it through, and to and understand that this is we're at such the early stages of this industry and this discussion, and figuring this stuff out. And it's all new in a lot of ways. Some of it has been worked on in different sectors, but we should borrow from the sectors. But we do need to give ourselves the grace and understanding that it's also new. So I thank you for giving GAIA that grace too, and joining us in trying to understand it. And so again, thanks to the speakers, the ACEEE and Dustin and other folks that came from so far away. And also, I just think we should all give a big hand to Vicky, because she and Eli, of course, as we you know, she had a team that she did a phenomenal job.
Sheila.
Yes. So thanks. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thanks. Sorry, I had to teach them 3 classes this afternoon. Great stuff.
Oh, I teach
We saw my course on
Yeah.
that event.
Yeah, it's really fun.
That's a good idea. They're doing a lot. That's